Turn your preparation into a cornerstone for reaching the top of the civil services selection list. Get ready for the final personality test with the Vision IS Personality Development Program for the UPSC Civil Services Examination 2024. The program offers in-depth depth analysis sessions with senior experts and faculty members, realistic mock interviews with ex-bureaucrats and educationists, interactive sessions with toppers and serving bureaucrats, personalized performance evaluation and feedback. At Vision IS, we prepare you to excel in areas like communication, current affairs, critical thinking and more, essential for the UPSC CSE final interview. The UPSC CSE arena is an ever-evolving space where staying up to date becomes as crucial as maintaining a thorough preparation. With strategic planning and holistic coverage for exam syllabus, Vision IS Delhi presents GS Foundation course, avail analysis and integration of current affairs with GS syllabus, All India Test Series with an innovative assessment system, inculcating post-test analysis, discussion, All India ranking, and more. Explore the holistic learning modules intrinsically designed for the ideal aspirant.
Alright, so welcome you all. And as you know that we are going to discuss today the Sociology optional paper 1. Now, before I start this discussion, I would like to say a few things. First thing first, the purpose of this discussion is definitely not just to tell you that what was the question and how to answer them, because most of you, those who are watching this video or those who are going to follow it, will be expecting that I should be helping them some way or the other, that how they can write better answers, what could be the approaches, and what could be the resources to be followed, right? So here in this discussion, first thing first, I'll tell you that what exactly the question was asked, what has been the trend analysis, and also as a side information, we will be discussing that what could be potential source for it, how you can maximize your outcome in the limited resources. That is what are the objectives. So cutting it short, there are three major objectives which I am going to focus in today's session. First, what was the question asked, and what was the nature of the question and how you should approach it. Second, what could be the likely resources for those who are going to write in future. And third, a little about do's and don'ts you should follow in the examination hall and during your preparation to make sure that you got maximum output from this optional, right? Now, if you see that the paper of this 2024 Sociology 1, paper 1, if I could say, I will say paper was of doable nature, not very difficult, not very easy either, but most of the things were from the syllabus given. There was hardly any question which you can say that was not specifically mentioned in the syllabus. That's why before every question I am also mentioning in this PPT that from which topic it has been asked, so that you can understand. And that's why take me very seriously for this. a novel start of your preparation is once you know the syllabus thoroughly. So if you know the syllabus, then you know what to read, where to read, how much to read. And that's why in every question which they have asked, I'm providing the syllabus also. So you'll see that most of the questions were on the doable nature. That's something which has been repeated also, something which has been already asked, of something of the similar nature. There were, you can say, 2-3 questions which were completely new, altogether from new domain. But that is something which will be there every year, because you have to choose in the given options. Now, if you see that first question which we had, I hope you're knowing that the paper is divided into 2 sections. Those who are not knowing, just for their information, the paper is divided into 2 sections, section A and section B. The question 1 of both the sections are something which you have to do, and from the rest of the questions you have choices. This you can say mandatory question is having 150 words limit and is of 10 marks. However, before every question, they mention that how much of the marking is. Now, if we go for this topic, the first question in section A, question number 1A, discuss the nature of sociology, highlight its relationship with social anthropology, 10 marks. It was directly from that syllabus, the topic 1, sociology, the discipline, scope of the subject and comparison with the other social sciences. Topic 1 has 3 subtopics. This is the second subtopic. So it's a straightforward topic, right? And social anthropology is something, generally they ask sociology, economics, sociology, psychology, sociology, social anthropology, sociology, history. So these kind of interdisciplinary approaches are being asked. Now, if we watch carefully, the question is visibly having 2 sections. First, they are asking, discuss the nature of sociology. And second is highlight its relationship with social anthropology. So there are visibly 2 parts of the question. First, you have to say what is the nature of sociology. And second, you have to say what is correlation between sociology and social anthropology. Now, when you are dealing with such questions, especially when those who are aspiring for the upcoming years, when you are dealing with such questions, you should be doing this at your home also first. That try to develop one habit. Understand this point. You got 150 marks, 150 words for this question, 10 marks, right? 150 words. Now you have to say so many things into this. That what is the nature of the sociology, and then how sociology and social anthropology are correlated. Now, considering this, you should have some rough idea before you start writing. Trust me, once your content is there, once you know the subject, the second most important thing is that how you're going to organize it in the examination hall. Many of the students do this mistake, that they miss this thing, that how to organize it in the examination hall itself. Now, let's say in this question, at least 70 to 80 words should be given to this part. 70-80 words, and then roughly you can say 70-80 words for this part, that how sociology and social anthropology are correlated. So before you start writing, what is advisable is think in your mind that what you have to say, how many words you are having, and then you should present. One more thing, that in these kind of 10 marker question, don't think much about that how to write a good introduction, how to write a good conclusion, because word limitation is there. Now, when it comes to nature of sociology, in fact, this is where the debate started, that what should be nature of sociology. If you see that sociology as a discipline started after Enlightenment, and the first fellow who in a way established sociology was Auguste Comte. He himself believed that if there are n number of subjects, there should be another n plus 1 to consolidate them at one place to be called as sociology. This is famous quote of Auguste Comte, who's called as father of sociology, that if there are n number of disciplines, because it was realized, understand this point, that after Renaissance, when we realized that even humanities should be studied with scientific mindset, then we got history coming up, economics coming up, geography coming up, but then they were specific in given domain. It's like that if you remember a face, so face is more than just nose, eyes and ears. Somebody is studying ears, somebody is studying nose, somebody is studying eyes. it was said by Auguste Comte that there should be another discipline which should consolidate them into one, so that the entire face is read. And that's why sociology by its nature is generic. The very nature of sociology, can you see the term itself used? The nature of sociology is generic. When what sociology does, it tries to understand various dimensions and integrate them at one place. So this is how, obviously, in routine classes you study about it, that what are, in fact, one thing I would like to say before I move further, this was a deadlock in my mind. Should I share the classroom notes also to show that how these things has been written in the classroom notes? But then I realized it doesn't make much of sense, because already material, there's no dearth of material, I must say. There are enough of material available from various good books to material. What is important is that how much you are revising, how you are taking it. So discuss the nature of sociology, you have to first talk about that what is nature of sociology. So when Auguste Comte started, now this is where you can start, that as the father of sociology, Auguste Comte himself highlighted that if there are n number of discipline, there should be n plus 1 to be called as sociology. Therefore, by its nature, sociology is, you can say, generic. Sociology is generic, which tries to integrate various subjects into it. But as the subject progressed from Auguste Comte, it reached to Emile Durkheim. Emile Durkheim, etc., started saying that we should try to understand how social institutions are, how societies are framed, formed. But soon after Emile Durkheim, we got people like Weber. And Weber started saying, no, sociology should not be trying to have big things like how big institutions are emerging. On the contrary, you should be focusing upon social actions, that what are the reasons why individuals are doing that action. So the nature of sociology from here got divided into two branches. One is called macro, another is called micro. Look, this is what the topic is. And that's why I deliberately kept the topic, so that you can understand from where they have kept the question. So nature of sociology, when you have to write, you have to start from Auguste Comte, that how Auguste Comte was the man. It was Auguste Comte who highlighted that what should be the subject matter of sociology. He said by nature it's generic, that famous quote that if there are n number of disciplines, there should be n plus 1. But by Emile Durkheim, it was realized that it should be more, you can say, macro, looking at the big institutions of the society, while Weber, Mead, these kind of people said we should be focusing upon social action as subject matter. That's how, in the nature of sociology is what? It is generalistic. It is generalistic, but has two sub-branches, what we call as macro and micro. Macro is something also called as synthetic. Micro is also called as formalistic. Now, these are the key terms you should use. That how we got what is called synthetic nature of the sociology, which talks about macro outlook, looking at the big institutions, etc. in society. And then we have what is called formalistic, which says that we should have micro approach social action. Now, understand this point. That's why I said word allocation is very important. Because whatever I'm saying, that you all have to say in few words. And from here, when we got the synthetic versus formalistic, it was very rightly said by finally Anthony Giddens. Anthony Giddens said the subject matter or the nature of sociology should be what? Focusing on structuration. What is structuration? Looking at smaller units, but generalizing it to some certain extent in the given context. That is how, up now how you can write all these things in few words. The best way could be make a chart. The nature of sociology, so you can write this way, that sociology is a scientific study of social institutions, social relations, and patterns of interaction. According to Auguste Comte, father of sociology, if there are n number of disciplines, there should be another n plus 1 to consolidate them as sociology. And that's why by its nature, sociology is, you can say, generic. But subsequently, the nature of sociology as a subject keep on evolving in following ways. Now you can make a chart, that how from Auguste Comte to Durkheim, when it became macro, from Durkheim to Weber and Mead, where it became micro, or use the term synthetic and formalistic. And from there you have to say that how people like Anthony Giddens summed up it by saying it should be what? It should be in form of structuration. So these are the terms. And yes, One of the common questions students keep in mind, or they often ask, is, sir, what about names of the thinkers? How much we have to remember? Technically speaking, at least some important names. There are some odd 50, 60, not more than that. But if you know those names and their contribution, your answer seems more organized. Otherwise, it will look very random. Now, you're saying formalistic, you are saying synthetic, so there should be some name attached to it. And that's why knowing the syllabus is very important. Scope of the subject talks about it. In those who are, some of them are from classrooms, you can see their notes that how we have detailed in this way, that what is formalistic, what is, how we got what is called synthetic, and how it finally led to what is called structuration process. So this way, you have to first talk about what is the discuss of the nature of sociology, because they say discuss. Discuss term gives you freedom to identify that how it has evolved. So you will start with Auguste Comte and you will come up to structuration. Nowadays, when we study in sociology, what we do? We have what is called micro research, and we have limited generalization on that. So most of them are doing what? Doing research at micro level and then generalizing it. That is what is called a structuration approach. So this is how the nature is. The second part is again very direct. Here, one name should come naturally in mind. That is Andre Bete. Andre Bete wrote an article way back in 1990. I think in classroom I have dictated it that way also. That how Andre Bete in 1996 wrote this famous paper called Sociology and Social Anthropology. He himself has been student of anthropology and taught sociology. Andre Bete himself was student of social anthropology and taught sociology subsequently in the school. Is a big name. Andre Bete is in your syllabus also. Andre Bete wrote a series of articles. In fact, as I told you, that one objective I'm keeping of this discussion is for future reference. Those who have not read yet, and if you think you have done your sociology, I request that you should at least read Andre Bete for this topic called Sociology with Other Disciplines and Sociology in Common Sense. Because for both the places, Andre Bete is authority. He wrote a book, the title of the book itself is Sociology, where there's a complete chapter called Sociology in Common Sense, which is a topic here. So considering this, you have to highlight what is the relationship between sociology and social anthropology. Now, what is anthropology? Anthropology is detailed study of the primitive societies largely. While what is sociology? Sociology is the generic study of the modern society. Initially, Andre Bete himself writes, this is how one part of the question you have done, that how sociology, nature of sociology has evolved. So you started with Auguste Comte, made a chart, and now second paragraph you can write that how sociology and social anthropology are correlated. Here you should mention that how Andre Bete, the name of Andre Bete should appear in the very first line itself. The moment you are saying Andre Bete, now for copy checker it is clear, okay, now you know the things. Not much to say, not much to look further. That's how you attract them. So just mentioning Andre Bete's name, social and social anthropology, the copy checker will understand, okay, you got the point, what I'm actually asking. So Andre Bete said that initially we thought that sociology is about modern societies and anthropology is about primitive tribal societies. But of late we realize that no, it's not that way. What is the difference between sociology and social anthropology is not of the subject matter, says Andre Bete. Bahut अच्छी line hai. Listen to me carefully. He says, the difference between sociology and social anthropology is not of the subject matter, but of the approach of research. In sociology, your approach will be more generalistic, what is called nomothetic, while in anthropology, it is more idiographic, very detailed. So you study everything about one society, anthropology. You study everything about every society, is sociology. So this way Andre Bete differentiated that the basic difference is in approach of research. In anthropology, the detailed study of a given society, it may be tribal and modern society, the detailed study of a given society is done. And that's why, if you allow me to say this way, your paper 1 is sociology, paper 2 is social anthropology. The detailed study of Indian society, how Indian society made, how it got changed. So this way, if you see that sociology and social anthropology are primarily different in terms of research orientation. In sociology, we go with non-participant observation more. In anthropology, we'll go with ethnographic participant observation, like Malinowski, Radcliffe Brown, if you could recall the name. Otherwise, no problem, but Malinowski, Radcliffe Brown, Sumner, these are some of the names which you can say that they contributed a lot. Edmund Leach, and the list goes on. Whatever 2-3 names you can recall, that they are anthropologists. They studied in detail of a given society. Malinowski was there in that Robben Island for almost 6-7 years. 6-7 years, studied those societies. So that is how in sociology, we are having non-participant observation, formal kind of research, while in anthropology, we go with ethnographic detail. What is ethnographic? You begin participant observation. You become part of that society. One of the very classical example you might be reading or you might have read is Verrier Elwin himself. Elwin studied Indian tribes by being member of those families. So this way, the difference between sociology and social anthropology is more in terms of research. Now, understand this point. Why I said in the beginning, you should demarcate words in your mind. The moment you are thinking of sociology and social anthropology, now as you have just 70-80 words to write, your focus should be where? As Andre Bete says, according to Andre Bete, sociology and social anthropology, unlike what thought earlier, that sociology is about modern societies, anthropology is about primitive societies, highlights that there's a difference in the approach of both the subjects, not in the subject matter. This itself makes 20-25 words. You have to be very wise with words so that a lot of things are said in few words. So you have to say that how subject matter is same, approach is different. One, in sociology, we try to understand something about every society. And in, you can say, social anthropology, we try to understand everything about a given society. So this way we got sociology and social anthropology, and you also can mention a few names, if you could recall, of those who have done the anthropological study. But you have to conclude. And this is something, again, as I told you, that the objective of this discussion is also to help you for further. Whenever this question is asked, and almost every year asked, one or the other discipline, always try to identify that how they are synthesizing. How they are synthesizing. So sociology and social anthropology, they now got integrated these days to create new kind of subjects like scientific study of culture, the study of culture, or study of institutions like kinship and family. That's why whenever you read family, you read many of the anthropologists out there. So study of kinship, study of culture. This is where sociology and social anthropologies are joining hand to help each other. So this is how you should always conclude with what are, you can say, integrated approach of both the subjects. So that should be a finishing line. So this is how, what you have written. First, what is the nature of sociology, starting from Auguste Comte and moving up to Anthony Giddens, via Emile Durkheim and Weber. And then you have to talk about how Andre Bete highlighted. Andre Bete's name is very significant here, how Andre Bete highlighted sociology and social anthropology to be interrelated. And if you could read, that's a very good paper which he has written. It's available online. You can search Sociology and Social Anthropology by Andre Bete. So here he highlighted that how both the subjects are actually not different in the content. They are different in their research approaches, unlike what we thought earlier. So this is how we got the question. Question was very doable. And again, might sound like bragging, but those who are from classroom students, you can ask them, and you can see that I think class number 4, 5, 6, we were discussing all these things. So it is there. What is important is that how much you can, so please don't get this temptation. One of the mistakes students do, that they try to write what best they are knowing instead what question has been demanding. So question is demanding two visible things, and you should not do this kind of mistake that 150 words for this and just 20 words for this. There should be proper word allocation also. Visibly 2 paragraphs, 1 paragraph talking about this, another paragraph talking about this. Whenever needed, cut it short by making chart, pie diagram, and these kind of things. So in first question, you have to make pie diagram. But otherwise, if you are going to write Durkheim, Weber, and their detail along with Anthony Giddens, maybe it will take too much of time, space. So make a chart, start with August count, make a chart, end up to structuration, and then how Andhra Bete said sociology and social anthropology are correlated. Am I making sense to you? So that's how the question, very doable question, quite on the expected lines. There are 6-7 disciplines that you should be knowing, that is sociology, economics, sociology, psychology, sociology, history, sociology, social anthropology, sociology, philosophy, and so. Now, second question was that analyze the changing nature of caste as a status group. Analyze the changing nature of caste as a status group. Again, direct question. If you see the topic is stratification and mobility. Read it here. Dimensions, social stratification, class, status group, gender, ethnicity, and race. Even Weber, who talked about status group, himself quoted, caste is the best example of status-based inequality. This is famous quote of Weber. Weber was aware of Indian caste system, and he mentioned it. Caste is a classical example of, you can say, status group inequality. Now, one of the mistakes some of the students have done, that they started talking of the second paper in this topic. What is caste and so and so. Watch the question carefully. Question is asking, analyze the changing nature of caste as a status group, not the changing nature of caste, full stop. The changing nature of caste as a status group, this is where the focus is. And that's why the question was not about caste system. Had it been the case, it would have been asked in second paper. Now compare this. They could have asked this way also. Analyze the changing nature of race as a status group. As a status group, because when, on the similar line, even race is also changing. So question is, analyze the changing nature of caste as a status group, and quite on your syllabus line, direct topic. Status group is there in your syllabus. These are the things which are in syllabus. This is chapter number 5. This is the second topic of it, that is what are the dimensions of stratification. Now if you see that, analyze the changing nature of caste as a status group, first you need to know what is status group. According to Marx, inequality prevails on economic line, class lines. This is the famous theory of Marx, where he believed that inequalities are because of different, you can say, classes and having their own economic interests. I hope you are knowing, and those who are not knowing, for them, it was Karl Marx who said that economy makes the base on which various superstructures are built, and the economic inequality is important. Weber highlighted one thing. Weber says not necessarily always inequalities are economic. Weber said inequalities might have 3 dimensions. So according to Weber, when we talk about inequality, it may be in terms of what you can say wealth, it may be in terms of prestige, it may be in terms of power. Wealth is manifested in terms of class, prestige in terms of status groups, and power in terms of political parties. This is famous quote of Weber. And this way, it was Weber who highlighted that status group and class should not be confused. So what is status group? In the definition of Weber, and that's where, understand this point, you common sense and sociology, where the difference is when you're using the key words. When Weber has defined status group, he said status group referred to the group of individuals having certain amount of positive or negative honor on the given social criteria, determining their life chances. So look, it's not about how much of earning I have. A particular kind of lifestyle is considered superior than the other. And because of that particular kind of lifestyle, my life chances are better than the other. So this way Weber tried that what is status group? Status group is where you are enjoying certain kind of unequal treatment. And understand this point. This is something where Weber is very significant, and in stratification chapter, Weber highlighted this. Even 2 fingers are not alike. The problem is not that they are different. The problem is when on this difference they are treated differently. So somebody is tall, somebody is dwarf, that is not the problem. But because of being tall, you are being treated differently, and because of being dwarf, you are treated differently. This is called inequality. So somebody is male and female, that is not inequality. But because of male, certain advantages, and because of female, certain disadvantages, that is inequality. So inequality is not in differentiation, but the social meanings of those differentiation. I hope I'm making sense to you. बात क्लियर हो रही है? तो कोई आप लंबे हैं नाटे उससे इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है. इंपॉर्टेंट क्या है कि उसके बेसिस पे डिफरेंशियल ट्रीटमेंट्स हैज बीन गिवन टू यू. सो दिस वे Weber highlighted that inequality may manifest in three possible ways, as you call them: wealth, prestige, and power. Prestige is the kind of respect. So in caste system, what happens? A particular kind of lifestyle, like you are twice born, Dvijas, you are, you can say, those who are Brahmins, those who are Kshatriya, they have different kind of life chances than those who are lower castes. And that's how status, the very good example of status is what you can say, caste, says Weber. So first thing first, you have to say, because look, again, the question is apparently having two parts. In the first part, you have to identify caste as a status group. The first part of the question should talk about how caste is a status group. And second part of the question should say that how this status group is changing. Analyze the changing nature of some of them, with due respect, has misunderstood this question by saying, as if they are asking, what are the factors why nature of caste is changing? The question is not asking the reasons for change. Understand the point? I hope I'm making sense to you. Because I have seen that some people in hurry has talked this way, that as if the question is asking, what are the factors why caste got changed? That's why reading question carefully is the key. रीडिंग क्वेश्चन केयरफुली इज द की. क्वेश्चन ने ये आपसे नहीं पूछा कि वो क्या फैक्टर्स हैं जिसकी वजह से कास्ट बदल रहा है. एनालाइज द चेंजिंग नेचर ऑफ कास्ट एज अ स्टेटस ग्रुप. दैट्स व्हाई आई एम सेइंग दिस क्वेश्चन इज ऑफ पेपर 1, नॉट ऑफ पेपर 2. ये क्वेश्चन देखने में बड़ा सिंपल लग रहा था, है भी, बट सम पीपल हैव मिसलेड इट. सम स्टूडेंट्स आफ्टर द एग्जामिनेशन दे सेड कि सर हमने तो ये लिखा है. दिस इज वेयर दे वेंट रॉन्ग. कि यू आर नॉट सपोज्ड टू आइडेंटिफाई दोज सेट ऑफ फैक्टर्स बिकॉज ऑफ व्हिच कास्ट इज चेंजिंग. You can refer to them in brief, but the focus is how caste as a status group is changing. Now, look, caste was earlier what? Based on, as you say, ritual dimension. M.N. Srinivas is the man who talked about caste as a ritual dimension and secular dimension. Now, what happened? What is status group? First, you have to say. Status group is the group of individuals having certain kind of respect or social esteem on the given social norms, determining their life chances. This is what we call status group as per Weber. Weber himself highlighted that caste is the example par excellence of status group. Now, after Weber, Marshall added, T.H. Marshall added one more thing. He said that this status might be based upon position, or might be based upon certain individual gains. Now, what happened? Caste earlier was enjoying what kind of status? Ritual status. Caste was enjoying ritual status earlier, and that's how Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra. But subsequently, you can say after independence, we can say, as Rajni Kothari rightly calls it, vote bank politics. Because of vote bank politics, now caste as a status group is more visible in secular sense. Now, this is classification of M.N. Srinivas. अब यहाँ पे आपको बताना होगा. As M.N. Srinivas in his study of Rampura village highlighted that caste has a ritual dimension and caste has a secular dimension. Ritual dimension says that Brahman is superior, because of your Rig Ved and these kind of things. Rig Ved highlights, that Brahmins are superior, and after that Kshatriya, then Vaishya and Shudra. That is traditional, ritual dimension. And then we got secular dimension. Secular dimension, who is having more numerical strength, who is having more land, who is having more education. This is something which is creating. बहुत अच्छा सवाल था boss. Or if I could connect this, whosoever has drafted this question, somewhere is keeping this creamy layer SC in mind. Because caste as a status group is now changing more on secular lines. Education system has created new kind of status groups within the caste. political reasons. Now caste is used as a status group for political probabilities, for political viabilities, for political probabilities. So initially caste as a group was more predominantly found in ritual dimension, but now the caste as a group is more predominantly found in secular dimension. So you have to talk about that shift from ritual to secular, that how it has moved from ritual to secular, but still caste matters when it comes to despite all that factors, with due respect, the recent Haryana elections are clearly indicating again caste agglomerations against the dominant caste of Haryana. Caste agglomeration was done. Look at the chief minister candidate himself, changed just few months earlier. Why it was? There was a reason, because caste calculations could be fitted into. So Rajni Kothari call it vote bank politics. Now you are enjoying status group on the basis of political lines, on the basis of you can say educational lines, on the basis of numerical strength. That is how the idea of dominant caste and so and so. Even similar thing, Andre Bete has also said, there's always a class in caste. There's a very famous quote of Andre Bete, there's always a class in caste, because to enjoy certain respect, you need to have some financial stability. Some financial stability. So in this question, you have to first talk about that how caste as a status group is, some odd 40, 50 words for it, that how caste is a status group. Again, this is where you have to be very careful which paper you are writing. It was not the question of second paper. That's why this second part is very important, ki caste as a status group. So caste as a status group, how it was, according to Srinivas, how it was determined by two factors. Earlier there was predominance of ritual. In the classes I detail it, all of it, that how it happened. Obviously here we have limitation of time, but you should understand that ancient time, it was the ritual dimension which dominated. In the medieval time, the ritual dimension was questioned. Ritual dimension was questioned. In the modern time, after this idea of equality, justice, the ritual dimension was discontinued. So now nobody thinks this way, that somebody is superior in divine order. We don't take this way. But yes, now the secular things are getting dominant, and that's how caste as a status group keep on changing from ritual dimension to secular dimension, with predominance of secular dimension post-independence due to vote bank politics and so. Right. So this way we got, but still caste as a status group remains. It's still, because there are 2-3 domains, like when it comes to social life, especially marriage, caste still plays an important role, clearly indicating that caste is a social status group. If caste is still determining the marriage, if caste is endogamy practiced, what does it mean? It simply means that caste is still status group, that you think a particular caste is superior and a particular caste is inferior. So these things are clearly indicating that still this caste remain a status group, where on the basis of given social norms, superiority, inferiority is determined. So it is not who's rich and who's poor. It is not who's powerful. It is the social norms which are determining that who is superior and who is inferior. So I have to say that how it has moved from ritual dimension to and this is exactly, if you see, M.N. Srinivas wrote a book with the same title, Caste and its 20th Century Avatar. In the classroom, I dictate this term. Ab, agar aap yahan se shuru karte to, so the first, if I was supposed to write the answer, I should have said this way. According to Weber, inequalities have 3 axes, not just one, unlike Marx. Inequalities has 3 axes. What are they? In terms of, they are in terms of what you can say, class, wealth, power and prestige, manifested in terms of class, status and political parties, right? Now, then you have to say that how Weber himself highlighted caste is the example par excellence of status group. In his book, Caste in 20th Century Avatar, M.N. Srinivas highlighted that caste was determined by 2 major factors, the ritual dimension and the secular dimension. Across the history or across the timeline, in the ancient time, the secular ritual dimension was more important, because there were not much of scope for the secular dimension. In the medieval time, secular dimension made its mark, and in the modern time, you can say ritual dimension discontinued, because we started believing in equality and these kind of things, and constitution also provided these kind of formats. And then after independence, secular dimension got manifested in terms of vote bank politics and these things. The reason why caste emerged in a new avatar as a new kind of status group having its own social norms and explanations. Then somebody can say about Andre Bete also. Now, if you feel like, if I was writing, I would not have written it. But if you feel like just giving respect to what is the popular belief, I would have said in one line that the reasons for change are several, which could be economic, which could be urbanization, which could be industrialization, which could be constitutional framework, affirmative actions. These are the reasons why these move towards secular thing has happened. But please, it was a very good question, checking your knowledge of sociology actually. Whether you're a student of sociology or whether you're commonsensical. Most of the people wrote this answer very commonsensically, as if why caste is changing. Where is the why? I'm asking you. Had they asked anywhere where is why it is changing? Analyze the changing. They themselves are saying it's changing. You have to analyze how it is changing. So it's changing from ritual to secular. It is changing from ritual dimension to secular dimension, moving towards secular dimension. And the reasons are definitely, you can say that industrialization, urbanization, globalization, impact of mass media, then you can, affirmative actions of the state, constitutional provisions like Article 17, and these kind of things. But still, if you say that caste is a status group. So wonderful study. And needless to say, when you're talking this topic in the class, in the status group everywhere, caste is taught. Even in Harvard, when they study status group, they read the example of caste system of India. So you have to talk about what exactly is status group, caste as a status group, and how it keep on evolving, is still having its own criteria, which is not economic. Still, caste is not economic. It is something based on the given social rules. So this way you have to say that how it has changed. I strongly recommend for those who are in the preparation phase and might be wondering from where to read all these things. McIver's book is there, or otherwise Veena Das. Veena Das wrote a book called Handbook of Indian Sociology. In that there is one article by Deepankar Gupta, Social Stratification. That could be a very good reference point to understand that how things have changed, along with the article of Andre Bete also. But yes, these two articles will suffice your requirement both in paper 1 and paper 2 to develop the understanding of the caste system. But the question was good. I must say these are the questions, and these questions determine now in which direction. So most of the students thought, and that's why don't be in haste. Be neutral and read question with utmost sincerity. I often say reading the question rightly is half the job done. Half the job done reading the question rightly, and 15%, 20% job done by allocating the words. Another very common mistake students do. So allocate exact words. There should not be more than 40-50 words for caste as a status group, and then there should be 70-80 words for that how changing nature of caste by giving some reference to M.N. Srinivas and other kind of factors. So key names should be there, Weber, M.N. Srinivas, if somebody can remember, Andre Bete, and Rajni Kothari. These names should be there. And obviously, if you feel like 10-15 words could be given, like how industrialization, urbanization, affirmative actions, and these kind of things has changed caste system in India. But again, I'll say it is not changing caste system. It was analyze the changing nature of caste as a status group. कि caste status group रहा है कि नहीं, पहला तो ये, और अगर रहा है तो अब कैसा है, क्या रिचुअल है या कुछ और हो गया है. जैसे अगर मैं आपसे कहूं, with due respect, just to give an analogy, analyze the changing appearance of Sunil. Sunil is my name. So अब यहाँ पे आपको वो नहीं बताना what are the factors responsible for changing appearance. You have to say how the appearance has got changed over the period of time and what has been the pattern into it. So they are asking that how caste nature has changed over a period of time. So what is the changing nature of caste over a period of time, and analyze whether this changing nature of caste. अब जरा सवाल पे और जाते हैं. I know doesn't sound good an example, but I'm saying so in good faith. If I ask question this way, analyze changing nature of appearance of Sunil in terms of smartness. This is what question is asking. Caste as status group. As status group, whether the caste is status group or not, and how the things are. So this way, and again, it would have been very easy, it is very easy for me, because McIver has said this way in his book. If you read that, how things, even Emin Srinivas has written this way. So they all had said that how the changing nature of caste as a status group has been witnessed. Veena Das has quoted this term. So it's not something very new. These things are quite in your syllabus. That how I'm saying so because I have seen that some students did this mistake, that they wrote more about the factors responsible for changing caste, which is in second topic. Second paper, you have the perspective of caste system and the changing nature of the caste system. That why caste system is changing. There are several factors. They thought this is the question. No. Had it been it would have been the second paper. If you feel like 1 or 2 line acknowledgements could be given, that these changes are primarily, changes from ritual to secular are primarily because of, as Yugen Singh has written. Yugen Singh wrote a book called Social Change in India, Crisis and Resilience. In that he has identified that why caste is changing, and he identified set of factors like legal law and is a factor, affirmative actions, reservations, and then various political movements. These are the reasons why caste has changed, right? But the question was specific here, caste as a status group. I am making sense. So what you have to write, that how Weber's idea, then you have to explain that how caste is the example par excellence as per Weber. Then you have to write that how this nature is changing, and the changing nature you have to quote largely Emin Srinivas, study of Rampura, and if you feel like even you can talk about dominant caste. Mendelbaum has talked about jati clusters. Different people may have different references, but Emin Srinivas has to be there. Andre Bete, caste and class can be referred to, but you have to stay to the debate that how caste is a social group as of now in terms of status or not. The next question is, marriage as an institution has undergone a radical transformation from ritual to commercial in its outlook. Explain the factors behind this change. Now, यहाँ पे factor पूछ रहे हैं. Can you see that how explicitly they are asking the factor? अब यहाँ पे पहला statement is more generalistic. कि ऐसा हुआ है. They are not asking कि हुआ है कि नहीं हुआ है. Look at the question carefully. So what is the core question here? Why marriage is changing from ritual to commercial? If I have to say question this way, read the question, and can you see the sense now? The question is, why marriage has changed from ritual to commercial? In one word, if I have to say. So they say, marriage as an institution has undergone a radical transformation from ritual to commercial in its outlook. Explain the factors behind this change. So actual question is the second part. First part is a statement, which is saying that it has, obviously that's why you have to acknowledge. So more words should be where? You tell me. Second part. There should be some 150 words are there, some 100 words should be on the second part, and some 50-60 words should be there for the first part, not more than that. So first part is that how marriage and institution has undergone a radical transformation from ritual to commercial. This is something which is a debate. In fact, again, those are from class can see that we have written it that way only. We have explained it, that what are the ritual dimensions and what are the commercial dimensions. Now, in sociology, there are two views to look at it. One is called textual view, another is called contextual view. In other words, book view and field view. And this is what popularized by Ghore also. Say for example, if you study about Indian society, anyone can say, look what the books are saying. Yatra naritra pujante ramante tatra devata. But what is actually happening? Hashtag MG car. So reality is something different. This is called contextual view, the field view. If you see marriage from the ritual dimension, the book view supports that. In traditional Hinduism, marriage is what? An important dharma, duty. Even in Christianity, they call it rite de passage. In Yehudis, in Judaism, we call it mitwa, a commandment. So almost all religions are considering marriage to be something very sacrosanct, very auspicious. Again, This is the advantage of doing previous year question paper. Several times this question has been asked, marriage as a contract, marriage as a sacrosanct, and so and so. Initially, marriage was considered to be something very auspicious, which cannot be dissolved. Which cannot be dissolved. But in field view, is it really the case? When the field view of marriage started, we found that actually marriage is not very auspicious, is not very sacrosanct. On the contrary, marriage is also a pragmatic decision taken on various pros and cons. But it does not mean marriage is disappearing. There are studies, empirical studies proving that though decisions are taken pragmatically, but marriage and institution is still important. That's why even homosexuals are fighting for marriage status. Plumer has find this. Kenneth Plumer has said that why they are fighting for the marriage status then. Because the moment you say marriage, it comes with certain legal entitlements, or nominee and ownership property, social placements, and these kind of things. So here, in 40-50 words, first you have to say that how marriage has undergone a radical transformation from ritual to commercial. But look, some of you might get trapped. Some of them has got trapped also. Kuch trap ho bhi gaye. Some of them got trapped. They believed as if something wrong has happened. Something wrong has happened, and started saying the society has changed. Oh my God. Look, the way their impression was, the way they wrote answer. You have to say, if marriage is viewed from the book view, it seems more ritualistic. But after 1950s, 60s, when 1950s, 60s, when more empirical studies were conducted, it was found in the contextual view, in the field view, that marriage is a pragmatic decision. And that is why there is seemingly a transformation from ritual to our commercial outlook. Making sense? I'm not saying कि marriage हमेशा से ritual था और अब commercial हो गया है. हमें लगता था रिचुअल था, रिचुअल के साथ साथ हमेशा कमर्शियल था. Had we done the studied then? Now we have done the study, so we can see it seems to be having the commercial outlook. Commercial outlook what? Because marriages are not determined just on the basis of the fact. आप ऐसे तो शादी नहीं करते ना? Nobody does this way on determining this fact that I have to marry because it is my dharma. You take pragmatic decisions. To whom to marry? To whom to marry, and it could be on several lines: financial cooperation, better household management, better social placement, better social networking and social chances. Even in Western cases, green cards, immigration. People do marry for that also, the green card and immigration, and there are studies proving it. So this way you have to say that how marriage was initially considered to be ritualistic on the book view. But when we examined in the field view, when the context were being found, you can say the commercial outlook existed in the marriage. And these days, these are the commercial outlooks, especially revolving around financial security. Financial security. That's why, in fact, there's a very interesting study I have referred already in the class, that how that Ormix social attitude survey has identified. Many of the girls and boys said they might be dating somebody, but would marry to someone who's financially stable, who's financially settled. Even as to those live-in partners also, they prefer to marry someone else who is financially settled. So when it comes to marriage, it's a pragmatic decision. When it comes to marriage, so this is Ormix Social Attitude Survey 2023. And a sizable number of the participants had said this way. Even similarly, if you see that there is a very famous study. अब देखिए यहाँ तो ये जनरल बात हुई. अब क्वेश्चन का दूसरा हिस्सा कि what are the factors responsible for it? What are the factors responsible? Because marriage is now an individualistic decision. So one of the key factors is secularization of the norms, and individual choices are prioritized. पहले तो साहब जहाँ मन करे शादी करा दे. That is not the case now. It's an individualistic decision. It is decision taken on, you can say, with the secularization of norms, and more choices are available. So अब आप देखिए, don't you search the potential options on Sadi.com. You're not just confining to one. You're looking into various potentials, variables into that. So itself is proof that choices have increased. So increasing individualism, secularization of norms, and then financial independence of females. In fact, now here you can write some of the names, like Nikki Hart. Nikki Hart is a renowned thinker. Harlambus has talked about her. Harlambus, I'm sure you're knowing this, considered to be Bible for this subject. Harlambus has talked about Nikki Hart. Nikki Hart said that marriage is changed. She wrote a book called When Marriage Ends. In that, that's the book of Nikki Hart, where she highlighted there are three factors, largely, why marriages are changing. One factor is the choices available, or you can say factors responsible, those factors which are responsible for alternative choices. So there are factors responsible for alternative choices because of financial independence and these kind of things. And then there are factors responsible for increasing conflict between spouses. That's the reason why divorce cases have increased. And please don't take it wrong that increasing number of divorce cases are bad. There is one thing called empty shell marriages. Empty shell marriages means those marriages where they are residing as a husband and wife because they can't seek divorce for whatever reason, maybe the financial reason or the cultural stigma, but remaining as strangers in the household. That is not a good thing. Better to have divorce in that case. So this way, Nikki Hart has highlighted that there are three major factors. A, how the outlook has changed. B, how the conflict between the spouses has manifested. And C, how they got alternative choices. अब यहाँ पे इस सवाल में देखिए, if you are writing directly, it will sound commonsensical. It will sound commonsensical. So you should refer some name. Like one name is Nikki Hart herself, and then one of the very decorated study about marriages, जो आपको जरूर पता होनी चाहिए. In fact, those who are in classroom, we have written about that also. Even Nikki Hart also. That study is Andrew Cherlin. Andrew Cherlin wrote a book called Deinstitutionalization of Marriage. It's a very famous book, Deinstitutional of Marriage. In that book, Deinstitutionalization of Marriage, he identified that how marriage has lost its so-called ritual, prestigious position. जो पहले marriage को, which was considered to be something so auspicious, so important, that prestigious position is gone. And why it is? There are factors like financial independence as a key factor, changing notion of gender equality, and that's why many of the feminists find marriage as what? Domestication of females, as Frederick Engels himself highlighted. Frederick Engels wrote a book called The Origin of Family, Private Property and State, where he found that what is marriage? Marriage is nothing but domestication of females. So this way, if you see that, you have to identify that what are the factors responsible. Factors are economic, factors are political, factors are changing outlook in socio-cultural context. So this way you have to identify that what are the, so in the first part you will say that what is marriage, first thing first. Achha, when it comes to defining marriage, you can bank upon the definition of Edmund Leach. Edmund Leach is a British anthropologist. He gave a very famous definition. Almost all books talks about the same definition. According to Edmund Leach, marriage is an institution where individuals acquire certain rights into each other. These rights could be of two types, what is called kinship rights and domestic rights. Kinship rights have two things, right to sexual gratification and right to biological parenthood. And domestic rights has two things, right to social parenthood and right to, what you can say, household management. So these four rights are entitled by marriage. This is globally accepted definition by Edmund Leach. Edmund Leach is a British anthropologist. So you have to first say what is marriage in brief and how marriage has moved from ritual to commercial. This is where I have to say that how book view appeared to be more ritualistic, while the field view, whereas empirical studies has proven that marriage is a decision taken on pragmatic ground. And the sacrosanct element of the marriage is gone, especially with the legal efforts like Hindu Marriage Act, Special Marriage Act, and so and so. Because Hindu Marriage Act made Hindu marriages also a contract of serial monogamy nature, where divorce can be accepted. So somebody can talk on that line also. That is also acceptable. Either way, you are saying the same thing. So you may say this way, this is marriage, and institutions like Hindu Marriage Act has made it from ritual to commercial as a contract. You can talk this way, or you can say whatever globally discussed, as Harlambus has talked. The line has been picked up directly from Harlambus. So as Harlambus has said, that how we got commercial outlook, and the commercial outlook is in terms of financial independence, financial, you can say security, in terms of social networking, in terms of maybe with the benefits like green cards and so and so. So these are the decisions on which now you, so marriage is not an emotional decision. It should not be an emotional decision. That's why I often say jokingly in the class that in which family you are born, that is beyond your decision, but where you should marry, it should be well calculated decision with all pros and cons. It may change the fate. So this way now is, we are talking this way, legal frameworks are helping this, but the factors responsible are changing notion of, or changing outlook towards marriage because of gender equality, because of financial independence. Then increasing conflicts between spouses, and then you can say third, that how there are alternatives available in form of cohabitation. Even there's a very famous study of Pew Research Center, PEW. Pew Research Center is USA's biggest social attitude survey conducted on yearly basis and highly decorated. Almost all major agencies talk about it. So Pew Research Center has highlighted that how more than 17-18 million people are now residing in other than marriage format. Even countries like Denmark, a sizable population, 45%, is now remaining single. Oh no, we are having a new trend called double income, no kids. Dink families are coming up, dink marriages. That's called double income, no kids. So these are the global trends coming up. These are the global trends. So this way you have to identify what are the reasons. Again, you have just 100 words. So I'll say make a chart. Better you make a chart. So first you say what is marriage and how it is changing from ritual to commercial. And then you have to make a chart, what are the factors responsible and how you should make this chart. The factors responsible for changing outlook, as Nikki Hart says, factor responsible for changing outlook, and make a chart in front of it. That these are the factors responsible for changing outlook. That acceptance of divorce, acceptance of individualism, legal framework, these are the factors responsible for changing outlook. Factors responsible for increasing conflict between spouses. This is gender equality and changing notion of feminism. And third, that how providing alternative options in terms of cohabitation, live-in marriages, even single parent families are existing now. So Smita Sen is, I think, a brand ambassador that way. So there are various examples of single parent families coming up. So these are formats which are providing alternative forms for marriages, is the reason why marriage is now considered as a pragmatic decision. And in conclusion, you can write, so marriage is no more that spiritual, sacrosanct rite de passage. On the contrary, it is a pragmatic life decision determining the life chances of individual. That's how you should conclude. Always prefer to use those sociological terms. Rite de passage is the term used for important stages of life. Rite de passage is what we call. So marriage अब कोई बहुत बड़ा डिसीजन वो नहीं रह गया, राइट द पैसेज, वंस मैरिड फॉर एवर, 7 जन्म का साथ. It has gone. Now it has changed. The outlook has changed completely. And more empirical research are proving that the outlook is more commercial. But catch is in the first part. Most of the students will go negative ki haan, marriage has changed, as if my marriage is deteriorating. No. Marriage is not deteriorating. In fact, I must say, it was more cruel in the Nanda's time, when alliances were there, matrimonial alliances. It was more cruel in the medieval time, where marriage was just a political alliance. It was always, we didn't have research for that. So what we highlighted, the book view. The book view only. But now you can say in the field view, it is something which is visibly talking about its commercial outlook and the dimensions of it. So this way we got when we say, so in the first part, you have to talk about how marriage as an institution. You can use here Edmund Leach definition if feel like. And then you can say how it has transformed in terms of book view. In book view, it is largely ritual, while in field view, or what is called contextual view, Merton has talked about the contextual view or field view. For field view, it seems to be more pragmatic. Then even somebody also can say that how Hindu Marriage Act and Special Marriages Act kind of things has made it a pragmatic decision, whatever. And then you have to talk about at least Nikki Hurt could be a very handy name here. You should read these names. As I told you in the beginning, the objective is also to help you for further papers. So Nikki Hurt name, it is there in her Lombus, along with what you can say Andrew Cherlin, that is deinstitutionalization of marriage. And Ulrich Beck, theory of individualization. These are the theories which are saying that why family is changing, why marriage is changing. These are common theories. And if you want to support that marriage is still relevant, then we have theories of William J. Goode, which found that marriage is still very relevant despite whatever change has happened. We have theories even of Plumer, who says that why marriage is important. Then we have Sarah McLachlan. She found that how marriage is, those kids who are born out of marriage institution are better in education and behavioral aspect than those who are from live-in and other alternatives. So there are, you should have, like those of the classroom can recall that how we have written in this way only. So in for and in against, you should have a set of names. That if you have to say in support of marriage, these are the names. If you have to say in against of the marriage, these are the names and research. So this way you can stabilize that how marriage and institution. These are some of the Nikki Hart's name, Andrew Cherlin name, or Rich Beck name, and so factors. Understand this point. Where is the difference between GS and sociology? If I say directly, the marriage is, the same question can be asked in GS paper also, as they have asked, intercaste marriages has increased. Here we have to give names. In the light of those arguments, we have to conclude. So as Nikki Hart said, these are the things, and that's how you can say. You can highlight the factors this way. If you're directly highlighting the factor, obviously you're not wrong, but obviously you will be ending up with the generalized marking also. Then don't expect very good marks. So factors are same. Gender equality has happened, financial independence has come, and these kind of things that you can highlight. But at the same time, if you are having these names, that's why I'm referring these names so that you can add it in your notes also if it is not there. I'm sure it is there for most of you, but then even. So this is how we got a very good question. It was almost every year question is being asked on this way, what is marriage and what the correlations and so and so. Fine. So simple question talking about that how marriage has changed and what are the factors responsible. And these are the ritual names you study in your classes also, that how they are Nikki Hart and Andrew Cherlin. These two are big names telling that why marriage became more a pragmatic decision, not an emotional decision anymore. However, there's another study, as just for the reference if anyone interested. Anthony Giddens' study of pure relations found that these days marriages are more emotional. So now it was study of thousands of people who were asked, and they were saying hum marriage mein kisi entitlement ke liye nahi hai. We are not in the marriage for sake of that someone's property or someone's name will be there. That we are capable of. We are there because we like that person, because we have emotional comfort with that fellow. That's why he gave that term called pure relationships. He identified that now marriages is more about pure relationships. As long as emotional bonding is there, they stay. The moment emotional bonding dissipates, they segregate. That is what is the new version of the marriage he found. So there are three major things which you should know: whether marriage is still important and relevant, whether marriage is diluting, and whether marriage is emotional or not. So this is how, in fact, in our notes we have written this way only, that how these three segregations are there. So this way we got, so direct question again, see the topics hai, kuch usme bahut, every year you can see the contemporary trends are being asked in sometime marriage, sometime family, sometime both. Like this year, dono mile aapko, marriage ka bhi mila hai aur contemporary trend of family is also there. So this way we got this question, relatively easier question. Now this question was from the 7th topic, politics and society, where अब देखिए सीधे सीधे nation, state, citizenship, democracy, civil society, तीनों को जोड़ दिया इन्होंने. These topics, civil society is democracy and citizenship. They have added it by saying democracy needs a vibrant culture of civil society in order to strengthen its foundation of citizenship. पता नहीं state क्यों छोड़ देंगे, add कर देना चाहिए था. A democratic state needs a vibrant culture. तो वो भी बात हो जाती. खैर, then words they have to increase. Question is again, and please understand this point, as I have told you earlier also, just to reinforce it, that so that it get interested. That look at the question carefully and see that what is the soul of the question. Getting soul of the question is very important. Like in that analyzed caste system, soul was something different. Here, soul was that factors responsible for change in the marriage. Now in this question, what is the soul is? Soul is that how democracy can make its citizen more powerful with the help of civil society. You have to simplify the term. How democracy can use civil societies to make their citizenship empowered. Isn't the question is that? If you watch carefully, question is saying how democracy can use civil society to make their citizenship empowered or their citizens empowered. Now, why it is important? Again, it's direct from syllabus and in routine classes you read it. What is citizenship? Citizenship is not very old concept the way we know it now. The term citizenship is in ancient Rome also. But that time citizens were those landlords, those who have land and ownership. They were called citizens. The term is ancient Rome, but in modern time, the idea of citizenship can be traced loosely to Magna Carta and can start from Philadelphia. So the idea of citizenship actually started with Philadelphia Agreement. Because before that in Magna Carta you said what? Commoners can participate in decision making, but not much rights were given. What is citizenship? T.H. Marshall is a wonderful name here. T.H. Marshall wrote a book also, Citizenship and Social Classes. In that he has highlighted, Marshall has highlighted that citizenship is what? When we say citizenship, citizenship is a kind of correlationship between state and individual in such a way so that individuals get right. Again, here we have constraint of time, so I can't discuss much. But let me tell you in very brief that the idea of citizenship was needed. Why? Because earlier, the king, the state, was having a lot of power and people were having responsibilities. And it was misused. It was misused. And that's how after Philadelphia we have understood that state should have certain responsibilities also. And state must give certain rights to its people. This is citizenship. What is citizenship? Where the state entitles certain rights to its people. So when rights are given by the state, and then we call it citizenship. So idea of citizenship is this way. अगर ध्यान से आप देखें आपकी constitution में क्या लिखा हुआ है? Fundamental rights are what? Protection against exploitation of the state. वो line ऐसे नहीं लिखी गई. There's a reason for it. Why that line is? What are fundamental rights? Protection, and this question has been frequently asked in your GS also. That what are fundamental rights? Protection against what? Exploitation of the state. Because in the Philadelphia we have seen this. State could be exploitative. Up state, whatever they feel like they can impose on the individuals? No. Individuals should have certain rights. And these rights should be guaranteed by state. अब जरा ध्यान सुनिए. If I am the exploiter and you are asking me that I should protect your rights, बहुत ध्यान सुनिएगा तो आपको क्वेश्चन का लिंक समझ में आएगा कि where the root is. ये मैं बात कर रहा हूँ 16, 17, 18 century की. If I am exploiting you and you are saying that you need certain rights given by me to you, isn't it funny? Don't you think there should be third party to cross check? That's why judiciary. And that's why judiciary is not state. I hope you can understand why this question is frequently asked. Judiciary is not state. Judiciary is to make sure state is not exploitative. Judiciary is to make sure that rights are protected. That's why Article 32 is the soul. I hope you're getting the reason. So this way we have realized that how the relationship, what should be the triangulation, what should be the relationship between the state and individuals are here, having certain rights into each other, and judiciary to make sure that rights are not violated, if violated, remedied. But we realize that judiciary is not good enough. Why? Because judiciary cannot reach to every person. There are so many exploitations going on. Honorable Supreme Court cannot go there. When the tribes are being exploited somewhere in a developmental project, when the child labor has been exploited somewhere, where a female has been exploited somewhere, when food security is not there to the people, where some kind of epidemic or outbreak of the disease is happening somewhere. So judiciary cannot reach any, judiciary can give remedy to those who are approaching them, जो वहां तक पहुंचे. So how we can ensure these rights to citizen? This is where comes civil society. So this is the notion why we believe, and that's why even in your GS this topic is there, role of civil services in 21st century. We believe that civil societies has very important role to play in 21st century. And what are their role? To make sure wherever state is incapable to provide the rights to the individual, they should bridge the gap. So if my rights are violated, how I can be remedied? If I'm not aware of it, if I'm not knowing what to do, there must be someone to help me out. That is the role of civil society. I hope making sense. This is what the question, now read the question in the light of the statement. Yeah, अगर आपको थोड़ी बात समझ में आ गई, तो now read the question. They're asking, democracy needs a vibrant culture of civil society to ensure that citizenship foundation is strengthened. What is foundation of citizenship? Ensuring rights. Ensuring rights and empowerment. That is the foundation of citizenship. हर एक टर्म का मतलब होता है. Foundation of citizenship. आपको भले नहीं लग रहा हो कि शायद तो ऐसे लिख दिया होगा. Foundation of citizenship means the idea of rights are strengthened. And the idea of right is evolving. If you see in 18th century, what rights we are talking about? Only right to work, right to vote. Now what we are talking about? Right to environment, LGBTQ rights. Are not we? So human rights, these are the new demands coming up. The idea of citizenship is continuously evolving. लगातार बदल रहा है idea of citizenship. Now you believe right to environment is also your right. Who was talking this way? Right to food is your right. Now you're talking this way. That right to food is your right. Who used to talk this way in 19th century? They were saying, boss, vote karne do kam se kam, please. Now things has evolved. And all that has happened because of civil societies. Now, this is the general outlay of information which you should understand why this question has been asked. Now, in the light of it, you have to first talk about what is civil society and what is citizenship. So, in this question, again, you have just 150 words, 160 words. In 150 words, first you have to talk about what is citizenship and what is the role of civil. This is why, in one word, you can say, what is citizenship? Citizenship or citizenship refer to that very idea whereby state entitled set of rights to its people. State entitled set of rights to its people, and there must be mechanism to ensure that these rights are provided and if violated remedied. ये एक लाइन में आपको लिखना होगा कि पहले citizenship होता क्या है, and this definition is by T.H. Marshall. So according to T.H. Marshall, this is how. अगर बुक का नाम याद रह जाए अच्छी बात है, citizenship and social classes. So according to T.H. Marshall, in his book Citizenship and Social Classes, he highlighted what is citizenship, and this is an ongoing evolving process. So, in order to ensure these rights are observed, not violated, and if violated, remedied, the independent system of judiciary was introduced at Bill of Rights in USA. That's how judiciary was introduced in USA. बहुत अच्छी कहानी है आपको, you should read. और अगर आप वो समझ जाएं Bill of Rights को, तो आपको अपना constitution समझने में बहुत आसानी होती है. In classes, we discussed that way, what is Bill of Right and how it started. Bill of Right was how in USA, especially Abraham Lincoln and these people tried to make a balance between the three parties. And all started thanks to Montesquieu. Montesquieu was the man who said there should be separation of power. Power should not be concentrated to one fellow. एक ही आदमी के पास power रहेगा तो exploitative हो जाएगा. So this way, when we say this idea of rights, first you have to say what is citizenship. How this idea of citizenship was ensured by judiciary. But in 20th century, in 20th century, we realized that judiciary alone cannot suffice it unless and until there are connecting links between the people and the state. कोई कुछ होना चाहिए, कुछ लोग होने चाहिए जो स्टेट के और लोगों के बीच में कनेक्टिंग लिंक की तरह काम करें. This connecting link is called as civil society. It's called as civil society. And this civil society therefore has important role to play. This is how your premises or starting should be there. So starting is, what is citizenship? T.H. Marshall's line of argument, how citizenship was ensured by the judiciary, but judiciary alone cannot suffice, and civil societies. Achha, the term civil society was introduced by Ferguson. It was Ferguson who wrote about an essay on civil societies. This is where we got the term civil society. But initially, ये बड़ा interesting बात है कि in 20th century, beginning of 20th century, 1910, 1920, 1930, in that time frame, civil society was a negative term, especially because of the writing of Gramsci. Antonio Gramsci wrote a book when he found civil societies are nothing but agent of the state, creating dual consciousness. There is one thing called dual consciousness. Dual consciousness is what? To confuse people. To confuse people, that is called dual consciousness. Marx talked about false consciousness. Antonio Gramsci talks about dual consciousness. So here, and the term civil society, अब देखिए आपके पास बहुत कम words हैं तो कैसे लिखेंगे इसको? So first part you will talk about that why citizenship, what is the idea of rights, how judiciary can ensure it, and then how it was realized that mere judiciary is not good enough. Civil societies can play an important role. Now in the next paragraph you should say what exactly civil societies are, what civil societies refer to, and how these civil societies as a term in the beginning was a negative term, but in modern time it has got a positive outlook. And what these civil societies do, again, there are 6 major work which these civil societies do, as said by Rajiv Nigam and many other. What are these 6? A, they are the channel of communication between people to state and state to people. That's called upward and downward communication, efferent communication. Civil society tell that what state, tell to the state what people are expecting, and civil society also tells people that what state is doing for them and what should be done and these kind of things. So political communication is done. Second is, this is where Habermas has used a very good term called legitimacy crisis. This way civil society ensures. अब इस क्वेश्चन में जैसे मैंने क्वेश्चन देखा, the first name came in mind was Habermas, because Habermas says democracy will work only when people will have faith in democracy. Understand this point. मैं आपको पढ़ा रहा हूं, इसका मतलब नहीं कि आपने बिल्कुल अथॉरिटी दे दी है मुझे. गॉड फॉरबिडन, मैं एक चीज गलत बोल दूं एकदम से अथॉरिटी कम हो जाएगी. You will create doubt in your mind, and when I'm correcting it, further improving it, further authority is reaffirmed. This is called legitimacy crisis. ऐसा नहीं कि हमेशा एक बार legitimacy दे दी, it's forever. So if democracy has to work, there should be certain arrangement to reduce this legitimacy crisis, and civil society do that by communication. So one of the very important function is this communication. So Habermas' idea of legitimacy crisis. Legitimacy crisis resolved with the help of civil societies. Through what? Through political communication. Similarly, आज के time में we are digital, and don't you think in the digital world there's another problem coming up? This you should always think. In inequality, we are witnessing a new kind of inequality which is called digital divide. Digital divide. Some people are having access to internet and others are not. Everything is going online. Everything is going on internet. E-governance, M-governance, AI. And do you know how many people are using active internet users in India? Barely 15-16%. Still, active internet users in India are barely 15-16% of the total population. Globally, the internet users are barely 10% of the population. So what about rest of the 90%? Who will be their voices? Civil society will do this role. This is what said by Manuel Castells. Manuel Castells says, in digital divide, And that's why, look, in digital divide, civil societies become the face of the marginalized. अब देखो जितने भी अभी say for example various movements has happened, if you see these various movements, or for that say Aadhaar card number, say all these kind of services, are not civil society helping? What do you call common service centers, are not they helping you? So with the help of these civil bodies, civil societies, we are ensuring. यहाँ पर एक टर्म यूज होता है इन द क्लासरूम्स, वी डिस्कस अबाउट इट, आप उसको स्टैंडर्ड टर्म की तरह यूज कर सकते हो, दैट इज वेयर स्टेट इज वेल इक्विप्ड एंड वेयर स्टेट इज इल इक्विप्ड. Well equipped and ill equipped, civil society bridged that gap. And in the digital divide, that gap is something even bigger, and civil society helped to reduce that gap. So one function is civil society's communication. Second is in digital divide. Third thing is civil society also helps government about providing information, research orientation and these kind of things. अब गवर्नमेंट को कोई पॉलिसी बनानी होती, डिड यू नोटिस वन थिंग, व्हेन गवर्नमेंट वांट टू मेक एनी पॉलिसी नाउ, व्हाट दे डू, दे ओपन इन पब्लिक डोमेन एंड इनवाइट सजेशंस कि आप बताओ क्या करना चाहिए. सो हु प्रोवाइड देम सजेशन? द रिसर्च बॉडीज, सिविल सोसाइटीज, अनदर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फंक्शन. सो दे आर वेरी इंस्ट्रूमेंटल नाउ इन पॉलिसी फॉर्मेशन, कि पॉलिसीज कैसे. अभी अगर आप न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ रहे हो, कल परसों गवर्नमेंट 2 days बैक अगेन गवर्नमेंट हैड सेड दैट वी आर चेंजिंग सर्टेन लीगल सिस्टम, वी आर इनवाइटिंग सजेशंस फ्रॉम द पीपल कि हाँ इसमें क्या क्या होना चाहिए. सो लुक, whenever a policy is made, we make the draft and we make it in public domain and we invite people to provide their suggestions. Civil societies do research, they do research, and बहुत अच्छे रिसर्च कर रहे हैं लोग. अब आप देखो जैसे इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट मैनेजमेंट इज अ वेरी गुड एग्जांपल, दे प्रोवाइड इनपुट्स फॉर इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी मेजर्स. इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट मैनेजमेंट, यू माइट हैव हर्ड अबाउट रोड सेफ्टी रिसर्च. सो ऑल दीज आर इंस्टीट्यूट्स, सिविल societies, and they are providing. Pratham is a very good example for especially sociology students. Pratham provides reports for education, that what is the status of education and what kind of policy should be made. So civil societies are very instrumental in policy formation. So first, political communication. Second, what you can say, reducing digital divide. Third, what you can say, policy formation. Fourth, you can say they are also having a check and balance on the state. Check and balance on the state, so that state is not getting authoritarian. Who raised this question of MG Carr? From where this idea came? Remember all these big justice which we have witnessed, from Jessica murder case to all these kind of things. Who has talked about them? Civil society. Otherwise, these people were, who talked about Narmada? Who talked about Silent Valley? Who talked about the issues of Silent Valley? Obviously, these are civil societies. So Narmada Bachao, Silent Valley, these tribal problems, who talk about them? The civil society. So civil society makes sure that state is not getting authoritarian. They put a check and balance on the state. But at the same time, it has also been said civil society can do the bulwark on the state to work as a pressure group. They might exert too much of pressure on the system. They might exert too much pressure on the system. That is also a negative side of the civil society. So this way, you have to say that how a vibrant culture of civil society means civil society should be promoted. I will say, especially to, because a few students asked me after the paper, they have said, sir, we have used the terms like urban Naxals. I think you should be refraining from these kind of words while talking negative. In fact, this term has been used though, that certain civil societies which are urban Naxals are unnecessarily exerting pressures. But I think these kind of controversial words you should refrain from. You should not be using these kind of words. That might be good for politicians because they are not accountable. Their career is not at stake here. On the contrary, with these words, their career are made. So for them it is right, not for us. So while writing here, don't use these kind of radical words. But yes, you can say civil society also can work as a pressure group, and that's why I'm sorry to say, I often say this example in classroom, but maybe very good. Dr. Manmohan Singh, otherwise a first-class prime minister, could not do well. Why? Because of over-involvement of civil societies. बेचारे सरकार बचाते ही रही, सरकार चला कहाँ पाए? He went on saving his government from this civil society to that civil society, from this issue to that issue. So that is where civil society may exert unnecessary pressure. और उससे होता क्या है? Look, very good term has been used here, that makes system ad hocist. कि पहले ये वाली problem solve करो, बाकी बाद में देखेंगे. In India, what is happening? We became ad hocist. We cannot have long-term policies. When we wanted to have long-term policies, remember 2019 agrarian protest happened, and government went on back foot. The policies were good reforms, but we went on back foot. If you see, in Dr. Manmohan Singh's time in 2006, he wanted to bring big reforms in the infrastructure, but he went on back foot again because of exertion of civil societies. So civil societies make us ad hocist. Imagine करिए क्लास में हर बच्चा सिर्फ सवाल ही पूछ रहा है, तो पर्पस ऑफ द क्लास विल बी ad hocist कि चलो ये किस हिसाब से इनका क्वेश्चन सेटल हो जाए, instead of thinking in longer run that what should be done today. So this can make system ad hocist also. So there have vibrant culture means civil society should be promoted, but should not be allowed to be something which jeopardize the system or something which is exerting too much of pressure. So I hope you mind it how many words you have. मैंने जो बोला है ये तो बोलने में बहुत कुछ है. And why I'm saying so, because I told you in the beginning that purpose is to help you also with the resources for future. So all these things, any standard book will talk about it, but understanding is important, that what understanding you are developing. So analyze the concept and try to internalize it, कि whether you're getting the concept or not. So the moment I say citizenship, citizenship is not about Article 5 to 11. अब इसमें कोई unnecessarily Article 5 to 11 लिख रहा doesn't make sense. There are students, they have mentioned this way. They thought that will give a good impression. It's not. Don't try to impress them unnecessarily. Understand what is citizenship, that concept, because question का key word वही था. Foundation of citizenship is what? Ensuring rights, ensuring they are guaranteed, they are given, they are practiced, and if not practiced, remedied. If violated, remedied. So this is the foundation of citizenship. How democracy can do it? Democracy can do it by controlling state and ensuring judiciary, but that is not good enough. There is active role of civil societies, because they are the connecting link, the bridge between the people and the state. आप लोग बोलते हो ना चार लोग क्या कहेंगे, चार लोग क्या होते हैं civil society? This is what Thomas Hobbes says, that it's a war of all against all for the good of all. This is a famous quote of Thomas Hobbes. It's a war of all against all for the good of all. So whatever phrase you are using, whatever names, but in this civil society, 3-4 names are very important, which you read in routine things. That is Ferguson, that is Habermas, Manuel Castell, Habermas, Manuel Castell, and even the role of Raju Nigam, who said that how civil societies are very instrumental in policy formation. When you'll go in system, you'll understand most of the policies are now made by inputs from civil societies only. Government itself is not doing enough of research. Government खुद research नहीं करती. They outsource the research to the civil societies, and on the basis of research inputs and the counter arguments, that's why myjuv.in. What exactly myjuv.in does? What Niti Aayog does? Niti Aayog, for that matter, itself can be considered a civil society. So what Niti Aayog does, what myjuv.in does, they ask people to provide their inputs, research-based inputs, and on that basis, policies and decisions are taken. So this way, you have to talk about how we need a vibrant culture of civil society in order to strengthen foundation of citizenship. So what is citizenship? Then second part is that why it was needed, how it was ensured in democracy, and then what is civil society and what is its role. That's how you should answer this question. Now, moving ahead to the next question, again very straightforward. Harlombus has talked about it. Take any book of family, even NCERT also. This is in NCERT also. NCERT, family chapter from the NCERT 11-12 Indian society and the systems of kinship. You have this term that is called basic and irreducible function of the family as proposed by Talcott Parsons. It's a straightforward. अगर ये question नहीं हुआ होगा, that means you are losing your chances. क्योंकि if you go in the previous question paper, not less than 5-10 times this has been asked. If you calculate from 1979 when sociology was introduced as a subject, तब से लेके अब तक it has been asked several times. In the functionalist perspective of the family, Talcott Parsons is one of the very important names. There are two names in the functionalist perspective that you should know. One is G.P. Murdoch, who defined what is family, and also said that what are the functions of the family, four universal functions, that is sexual, reproductive, educational, and economic. These are four universal functions highlighted by G.P. Murdoch, and G.P. Murdoch, on the basis of data collected from 250 different societies, concluded that what is elementary form of family. He has also been remembered for his wonderful definition of family, though later on Kathleen Go, Smith, Sparrow, and many other found that his definition is over-specific. These sab Arlombos mein all of this is there, that how G.P. Murdoch, step by step, that how G.P. Murdoch talked about it, and so and so. Now, while talking about family, Talcott Parsons wrote a very famous article, again frequently asked, Industrialization and Change in Family. He found because of industrialization, families started changing. Earlier families were extended family. Why? Because family was unit of production. We were doing agriculture collectively, so family was unit of production. जब साथ में काम करेंगे तो ज़्यादा production होगा. That's why we had tendency towards bigger families. But after industrialization, family became unit of consumption only. So what you want? Lesser members means your cake is bigger. And that's how we can see that families started moving towards nuclear families. He identified four major reasons for it. Breakdown of family function, because many of the family functions like socio-economic cooperation, etc. has discontinued. Second, he said social mobility has increased, geographical mobility has increased, and individualism and formalism has increased. This is what we say in industrialization and family change. But जब वो इसकी बात कर रहे थे, this is where he highlighted. And that is what a question is. He highlighted that though family is changing from extended to nuclear, but it would be wrong to say that family will disappear. Family is going to stay. Family will not disappear. Family is going to stay. Why? Because family is still a very important institution. There are two major functions. He highlighted two major functions which are irreducible. That means only family can do it. So there are two major functions which are performed by family. And what are these two functions? First, he said that how at the very early childhood, so you can say socialization of children is one of the function, and second he called as adult personality stabilization. Even NCERT has given both, adult personality stabilization. So these two functions are there, because of which family cannot be reduced. Family is going to stay. It will be nuclear family. In socialization of children, there are two subunits. One is called internalization of social norms. एक बच्चे को आप कैसे सिखाते हो? कितनी छोटी छोटी चीजें आपको सिखाई गई, ऐसे है, ऐसे खाना खाओ, ऐसे बैठो, ऐसे चलो, ऐसे हंसो, all these things, and it need a lot of emotional support. You have to be very passionate. अब सोचिए, as a teacher, when you are doing mistake, and what if I'm not having emotional attachment? I will move on, and you will not learn. For learning, you will be doing mistakes. I should be correcting you. You will do mistake again. I should correct you. There should be. That's why even I believe, Talcott Parsons ने इतना लिखा, but if I have to write a paper, I'll say for education also, certain amount of emotional support is needed. छोटे बच्चे को छोटी छोटी चीजें सिखाने के लिए कितना patience चाहिए होता है? He said, this is where family's function will be always there. ये आप स्कूल में नहीं सिखा सकते चीजें. This has to be learned in family. So internalization of social norms needs a lot of emotional support. And second is development of personality. That's why how your personality is. Your parents are responsible. That kind of personality you have. And that's why you often say, when someone is doing good, you say, somebody has grown you better. You had been grown good. That's how it is. So there are people, your personality, it has been found that your personality is saved in first 8 years. Largely. First 8 years. First 4 years is where brain is developing, and next 4 years when your personality is evolving. And this is where he believed that family is irreducible. And adult personality stabilization, क्या होता है? जैसे आप सभी उस एज में धीरे धीरे जा रहे होगे, अभी तो आप जिस स्टेज में, दिस इज कॉल्ड आइडेंटिटी क्राइसिस स्टेज. Identity crisis stage is that stage where you think you have solution of all problems but nobody is listening you. आपको लग रहा है आपके पास सब चीज का सोल्यूशन है, आप प्राइम मिनिस्टर बनते तो अभी खत्म हो जाता सब कुछ. एवरीथिंग वाज सॉर्टेड इन नो टाइम एंड नोबडी इज लिसनिंग यू सीरियसली, नोबडी इज टेकिंग यू सीरियसली. यू थिंक यू हैव ग्रोन अप, योर पेरेंट्स आर स्टिल ट्रीटिंग यू लाइक किड्स. This is identity confusion. This is called identity crisis. Then there will be stage. Suddenly you will see that something for a spouse is more important than me. Saving is more important for family. Now, so these kind of responsibilities are again requiring emotional support. In two ways. Adult personality establishment is done in two ways. Knowing your conjugal role as a husband-wife and knowing your parental role. Parental role. That's why those who are radical feminists and think that parenting is not just, parenting also there's a shift in your emotional process. Suddenly the priorities of the kids will become more important than and these kind of things. So this is how you can say he identified that because of these two things, families on. अभी तो बिल्कुल ही स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड क्वेश्चन है, नथिंग मच टू से. ऐसे क्वेश्चन में तो बहुत सोचने की भी जरूरत नहीं है, दिस इज स्टैंडर्ड फॉर्मेट. और इस तरह के क्वेश्चंस, these kind of questions, and trust me, half of the paper you will get these kind of questions. In these kind of questions, if you have done previous question paper thoroughly, you will see that it's an easy cake. It is taking lesser time to think. So what are the basic and reducible functions of the family? You have to highlight this way, that the socialization of children, adult personality stabilization, these two things, it is there in Harlambos also, both old and new, whatever Harlambos are following. And this explanation of Parson was criticized by two people. One was D.H. Morgan, who said that Parson is not looking at functional alternatives. There is one thing called functional alternative. ऐसा नहीं कि family कर सकती, this work could be done by others also. This is called functional alternative. In your routine class, you read about Merton theory. So, but very straightforward question. So, functional alternatives has not been examined by Talcott Parsons. This is what D.H. Morgan criticized, and David Cheel highlighted that how Talcott Parsons' explanations are confined to middle class families only, or American middle class. So American middle class families को ही ज़्यादा focus कर रहे हैं. Actually, his theory is not something which is useful elsewhere also. So these are two valid criticism, and this is a routine part of your discussion. You write that way. So this way we got when we talk about what exactly are the basic and irreducible function of the family as proposed by Talcott Parsons. So you have to say that what is socialization of children, A, and what is adult personality stabilization, what D.H. Morgan is saying, what David Cheel is saying, and what are the dimensions into it. So this way this question was supposed to be answered. Straightforward question, directly from the book, directly from the syllabus itself. Now, this was the compulsory questions. Now, let's move to the next question. Again, very straightforward question, has been asked several times. If you see the previous question paper, it has been asked several times in the previous question paper, that what is sociology as a discipline? Sociology is a discipline. You have that topic called modernity and social change in Europe and the emergence of sociology. Modernity and social change in Europe and the emergence of sociology. In that topic, we have one thing called Renaissance, Enlightenment, and how sociology is the product of this European Enlightenment and Renaissance. Now, if you have done this question in your previous question paper, it seems very straightforward. What exactly the question is asking? The first part of your syllabus expect you to know this, that how sociology has emerged as a subject. It is believed that sociology as a subject has emerged as an outcome of, you can say, whatever changes were taking place in Europe in the name of modernity. I'm sure you're knowing this term, what is called Renaissance. Renaissance was introduced around 14th century in Italy. So in Italy, in around 14th century, we started thinking that we have to change our outlook. We have to change our outlook because that time was called as Dark Age. Dark Age, why? Dark Age because clergy, the priestly class was very exploitative, very dominant, and no scientific temperament. Where everything was supposed to be predestined, as if there is destiny and you can't change it, and these kind of things. And system was very suppressive, very suppressive. We have feudal lords having their own system of exploitation. So feudal lords were there, clergy was there. In what is Renaissance? Renaissance started saying, happening Italy is what? Ancient Rome. So if you see, in ancient Rome, it was very modern society. The way we are saying our Vedic people was very modern society. So they said, let's get back to that time. Let's get more rational in our approach. We should be more rational. That is what is the element of Renaissance. Or you can say that we started saying that let's get back to that order. Let's be more rational in our mindset. Let's be more rational in our approach. And this way, Renaissance started in Italy, and adjoining European states started joining it. At the same time, if you see, within 100 years, 200 years, civil war happened in Europe also, especially in England. And there were several factors working together. A, commercial revolution has happened because factories has come. Commercial revolution because of factories, etc. Then urbanization had started, poverty has come. Plague epidemic happened that time. And so as the plague epidemic happened, there was dearth of laborers also. As there was dearth of labor, now the trader class started hiring labor, and the feudal lords were not having laborers. So as an outcome of all these things, as an outcome of all these things, what happened, that we can see that hope and despair was working together. That was the time enlightenment started. What is enlightenment? What could be solution of these problems? How we can move towards a modern, stable society? And enlightenment was contributed to two major names. One was Montesquieu, another was Rousseau. Even Durkheim wrote a book called Montesquieu and Rousseau, highlighting all these things. Montesquieu highlighted that there should be separation of power. And Rousseau talked about general will. What is general will? General will is that collectivity should be priority to the individual. So these things are contributed to enlightenment. So the moment you're talking about enlightenment, two names should come in your mind, that how Montesquieu and Rousseau talked about it. The moment you say Renaissance, you should refer to 14th century Italy, talking about moving towards reflexivity and so and so. Now, what were the outcome of it? The outcome were promotion of reflexivity and rational thinking with the scientific objective mindset, what you call positivism. So, तीन चार चीजें इसकी वजह से हुई. Because of enlightenment and Renaissance, we realized that we should be reflective. Now, this term is very important in social sciences, not only sociology, every social science. What is reflective? Reflective is to look back as something which can be improved. Like if something is divine, how you can improve it? If I think this is divine, how can I improve it? If I feel whatever my life is divine, तो भगवान जो देंगे वही कर सकते हैं. Reflectivity will say, no, you can improve it. It is possible. It should be, it could be. Even Habermas wrote this way. It should be, it could be. So reflexivity says that let's work on improvement. How we can improve further. That is reflexivity. Reflexivity also talks about that there should be, there are always better ways to do something. Always better ways to do something. That all was highlighted in this enlightenment. And rationalization is calculation, input, output. Efficiency is promoted. So all these things led to the idea that even social sciences should be studied with the scientific mindset. So you have to say what is Renaissance, what is enlightenment, and how this happened. And then you have to say that this resulted in emergence of various disciplines. This resulted in emergence of various disciplines, like how we got economics, how we got political science, and these kind of things. And ultimately, as a product of all that, it was realized that if there are n number of disciplines, there should be another n plus 1 to be called as sociology. So this way, sociology emerged as a product of Enlightenment and Renaissance, European Enlightenment and Renaissance. But again, if you have done previous question paper, that's why it's very important anchor. Whatever optional you are having, if you're not doing your previous question paper, that's a technical fault. Because earlier they have asked this question also several times with this impression also, that Is it sociology only the product of European Enlightenment and Renaissance? Critically examine. It would be wrong to say that sociology was only the product of European Enlightenment and Renaissance, which is the larger belief. There are evidences clearly indicating that sociology, subject like sociology, has also existed in other part of Asia as well. So there, a certain part of Asia has also witnessed emergence of subject like sociology. Like even in India, if you say that as a product of Indian Renaissance, the promotion of scientific study of social institutions has been highlighted. Same was the case even in Central Asia. So it would be wrong to say that it was only European society or European Enlightenment and Renaissance which has contributed to the emergence of sociology. There are other factors also which goes beyond the boundaries of Europe. So Central Asia, particularly, in fact, there's a book called Muqaddama by Khatun. That book itself is a sociology book, clearly indicating, even Ibn Battuta's book, Al-Ruhila, is an example of that how social institutions has existed and so and so. So sociology was not only confined to European, it has emerged in various parts of the Asia also, though subject matter of sociology was largely predetermined by the European sociologist. Then sociology as a discipline has also emerged in America as an outcome of American social reformists. So this is what you have to say. That's why the question is says critically examine the statement. So critical examination ka matlab you have to talk about that how sociology has largely emerged this way, but not the only. There are American reformists also, which has contributed to the emergence of sociology, and sociology has also emerged in Asian societies and Central Asia, along with India and other places. So this is how we say that how sociology is a product of European Enlightenment and Renaissance, and what are the dimensions into it. I hope making sense. Straightforward question it is there. Now here you can use some of the name, like Bremen has used the word that all that melted, which was solid. It is a very famous book of Bremen where it was highlighted that how these things has came up. So Bremen has highlighted that how things has changed. Even Ritzer has written a lot about what exactly is the intellectual sociology, how people like Montesquieu. But और कुछ नहीं तो कम से कम डरखीम का नाम तो जरूर याद रखना चाहिए, because Durkheim in his book Montesquieu and Rousseau has highlighted that how the contribution of them are enormous in the emergence of sociology as a discipline. So this is how Bremen's book can be referred to, Herlombus can be directly quoted to, Ritzer can be quoted, or if not, at least Durkheim. And then Montesquieu, Rousseau's name are the key names in Enlightenment and Renaissance. अब Adorno का नाम आपको याद रहे तो अच्छी बात है. Adorno has also talked about it because Renaissance was earlier cultural and later on it moved towards subjects. So that also can be highlighted. So this is how, depending upon which source you are following, but कोई भी standard book आप पढ़ते हो, whatever standard book is, from Herlombus to XYZ, every book has talked about it, that how from dark stage we have evolved. But this thing, if you ask me personally, I must say it is wonderfully written in IGNU. The best source for me is still IGNU. IGNU has given this topic wonderfully. That how there's a topic in IGNU notes called Emergence of Sociology as a Discipline. This thing has very wonderfully mentioned there. Easy reading and once read, so all questions can be solved there. But do remember 2 or 3 names handy. You should have 2-3 names handy that these things are there, and they are the contributors how sociology as a discipline emerged. And needless to say, you have to conclude with Auguste Comte, who said that why sociology is needed. Now, this next question is that do you think objectivity is an overhyped idea in sociological research? Discuss the merits and demerits of non-positivist methods. Again, directly from your, you can say, syllabus, because if you see in sociology as a science, this topic is there, fact, value and objectivity. Fact, value and objectivity is a direct topic. अब सीधे सीधे उन्होंने दिया हुआ है. अब ऐसे में that's why I said कि knowing your syllabus is very important. If you know your syllabus, that what syllabus is saying, what should be read, because again, I'm sorry to say this way, but sociology has been popularized as if it's a storytelling subject. It's not. It's very good in listening all those good stories, but they doesn't serve the purpose then. That doesn't serve the purpose from the examination point of view. And that's why if you want to score better, and if you're listening here, that means you are coming with that objective. So if you want to score, again, I'm not here to appease you. I know that doesn't make sense, isn't it? So that should not be the tendency. In sociology, problem is, as it is something dealing with the day-to-day life, this has become more a kind of storytelling subject. It's not. Yes, you can take an example from day-to-day life, but you cannot reduce sociology to just those examples, because you're not going to write those examples in an answer. There must be some merit, some documents, some names, some research, some findings, some words which you can use. So when you say that in your syllabus, this topic is there, fact, value, and object, because it's a very important debate. Durkheim started with facts. Weber talked about value. Then we got various people like Garfinkel, then we got Alfred Schut. Many then started saying that no, objectivity is something which is overhyped. Dilthey's name is one of the very important name in this. Dilthey highlighted this, that objectivity is not possible nor desirable. He used this term. It is not possible nor desirable. In social sciences, you cannot treat social sciences like what you can say a natural thing. Because up to Durkheim, when sociology emerged, Auguste Comte, Spencer, Durkheim, many of them believed sociology should be a positivist science. What is positivist science? Based on facts. And that's why even Durkheim believed, Durkheim said that should be the subject matter of sociology? Social facts. Durkheim himself highlighted the subject matter of sociology should be social facts. So up to Durkheim, people believed that sociology should be like natural sciences. The way experiment is there, we should be doing the experiment, and we should be only banking upon those things which can be established as fact. But the question is it really the case that you can treat human beings like a fact? Is it really like a natural reality? No. Weber, that's why Weber is a big name in sociology. Weber says it is wrong to treat social realities as natural realities. Why? Because natural realities don't have their soul or gist. Social realities have their soul. As an individual, I have my own understanding. And that's how he talked about Verstehen. And Weber believed, there's one approach called Verstehen, where he said that whenever you are trying to analyze anything, you should have two approaches. The positivist approach to observe the thing, and non-positivist approach to interpret the thing. And this is where he highlighted that sociology should be interpretive. And when he was talking about sociology should be interpretive, that was the time he also mentioned one thing, that when you are trying to be interpretive, understand that there will be always some subjectivity. अब आप सोचो which subject you should study. अगर मैं आपसे कहूं कि go and figure out one subject matter for sociology research, which subject matter you will pick? Will be guided by some kind of value system. Weber himself picked up religion and social change. So it will be guided by some kind of value system. So this way, when it comes to idea that how objectivity is something which is in a way overhyped, because you cannot study social realities like natural realities. So question is direct. पहले भी पूछे जा चुके हैं that what is the challenges of objectivity. If you read Herlombus has given especially a topic called Weber on objectivity. In that research methodology chapter, second last chapter, in that it has been mentioned that Weber had said objectivity कहाँ होनी चाहिए, और ये शायद इस सवाल का पूरा you can say crux है. Objectivity should not be in the subject matter, but in the way you are doing the research. The way you are doing, this is where you should try to make as much objectivity as possible. The way you're collecting data, the way you're interpreting the data. And this is where, again, Hammersley, ये नाम बहुत important है research में. Hammersley and even Baby. Hammersley said कि that's why ethics in research is very important. अब जैसे डॉक्टर्स के केस में क्या होता है, मैं Hammersley का एग्जांपल लूं. As a doctor, nurse, you might be biased towards any patient. But if there is medical ethics, you know which patient should be given priority, irrespective of your bias. Irrespective of your bias, you know which patient should be given priority. Hammersley says this is where research ethics ensure objectivity. So with the help of research ethics, we can maintain objectivity, but thinking that there will be complete objectivity is too much, and that is not desirable either, because the subject matter is subjective. And if you are reading something subjective, you can't be 100% objective. So you see, do you think objectivity is an overhyped idea? Now, yes, you have to say it is not overhyped. Initially it was, but after Weber it is not. अब अपने तरफ से जज मत करने लगेगा कि yes, it is overhyped. You have not done any research. You will say up to Durkheim, it was overhyped. The way Auguste Comte, the way Durkheim talked about positivism. But after that, it became something. Weber himself talked about interpretative. Then we got other kind of, even Mead talked about symbolic. There are three schools which are anti-positivist largely. One is, you can say, interpretative school by Weber, then ethnomethodology, Garfinkel, and then symbolic intellectualism of Mead. These three are considered largely anti-positivistic. So you have to say that how we got these kind of schools, anti-positivism coming up. Now what are the merit and demerit? This is the second part of the question. Here you got 300 words. So पहले में आपके पास scope है अब लिखने को. You got scope to write. So roughly 200 words should be given to the first part, and roughly say 100 words should be given to the latter part, obviously with an introduction and conclusion. In such questions, you are supposed to write a good introduction. What is a good introduction? In any research, objectivity is considered to be significant, so that whatever the biases and value judgments of the individuals are not affecting the data. In sociology also, earlier contributor like Auguste Comte, Durkheim himself talked about it, that you should not have any preconceived notion in his book, Rules of Sociological Methods. In Rules of Sociological Method, he highlighted this, the researcher should not have any preconceived notion. And this way, you can give these kind of examples in these kind of questions, because you have more space. And then you have to say that how Weber said that objectivity should be more in terms of research. Hammersley said that ethics in the research could be helpful in maintaining objectivity. And then what are the major anti-positivist schools? We have three of them. That is what is called interpretative sociology, then what is called ethnomethodology, and then what you can call as symbolic intellectualism. And then what are the demerits? The problem of anti-positivist methodology is that you cannot generalize it much. It is always having limited generalization. And then there are methodological bias also. In anti-positive methodology, we are dependent on the researcher all the time. Agar researcher objective nahi hua, to entire data will be faulty. That's why methodological bias could be there. There is too much reliance on an individual researcher. These are some of the challenges which you can say in, again, standard format, that three major challenges are there. A, it cannot be generalized much. And if something cannot be generalized, what is the use of it? मैंने कोई चीज़ पढ़ लिया और कहीं और use नहीं कर सकते, तो फायदा क्या हो पढ़ने का? So if something cannot be generalized, then what is the point of studying it? So it cannot be generalized beyond a point. That is one limitation. It is resource intensive, needs more time. And it's a resource incentive, and always have methodological bias. Methodological bias जो आप researcher सोच रहा होगा उसकी तरफ. So these are the demerits and these are the merits of when we say how we got a non-positivist. देखो इन्होंने non-positivist methods बोला, तो आपको तीनों की थोड़ी-थोड़ी बात करनी होगी इसमें. That how interpretative ethnomethodology and symbolic intellectualism. So it was a good question. Again, आप देखें तो did you notice one thing? Research से काफ़ी क्वेश्चन आते हैं, हर साल आते हैं. And I'm sorry to say, but most of the students out there, they give this chapter or they do in hurry. They are more interested in non-significant things, because I told you that the problem with the sociology, it could be misleading, that I can tell you n number of stories and you will feel that impression that, oh my God, subject is very good, I like the subject, I can do wonderful. It's not that way. If somebody is doing this way, it may give you classroom presence and impression that yes, subject is very good. but might not be that useful from the exam. Once understood, the best part of the subject is nothing much to mug up. Once understood, once concept are understood, then there are some 50, 60 names that you have to remember, and that on the repeated basis can be done. But concept is something which is important, and obviously in any research, in any subject, objectivity is very important. So you have to say that how objectivity is important, how in sociology people like Durkheim were over-obsessed with it, and then Weber says don't be over-obsessed. And then how anti-positive methodology said. Now somebody also may talk about here nomothetic ideographic system, structure versus agency debate, these kind of things. What depends, that is also accepted. Because I told you that this, what I'm saying is not the only way to write. I'm talking about the framework of it. Now maybe some student might have written about nomothetic ideographic, structure agency debate, that is also fine. You can write that way also, that what should be the approach. But objectivity has to be maintained in the research, not in the content, because subject matter is subjective. If subject matter is subjective, how you can be objective in something which is subjective? So this is where some value will be there. Value frankness must be there. There should not be naive, there should not be unnecessarily moral judgments, etc. In fact, that's why ये topic भी आपके syllabus में इन्होंने दिया हुआ research में, ethical dimension of the research. Because ethics का सबसे बड़ा फायदा क्या होता है? Understand is, that's why you have fourth paper also in GS. What is the biggest advantage of ethics? Your personal biases can be overlooked. हो सकता है as a teacher मुझे कुछ students ज़्यादा पसंद आते हो than the others. But if I have ethics towards teaching, then these personal biases will be subordinated. This is the reason why even in research we say there should be ethics. So Hammersley has talked a lot about it. Hammersley's name, Babby's name, these are some of the handy names. And in every topic, this I'll do, I do in classes also, that in the last we make a list of that, at least in these topics, these 2-3 names must be in your mind. So that, you know, in the examination all you have not to think much. You can write, okay, these are the people and these are the names. So this is how we got, when we talk about how we got fact, value and objectivity and the dimensions of it. So merits and demerits. So how Diethi talked about it, how Hammersley talked about it. ये सब Harlambus में दिया हुआ है. Harlambus second last chapter is research methods. You have all these things there. So this is how we got this question. Question was relatively easy, straightforward, and similar questions has been asked earlier also. Previous question paper अगर आप करोगे तो कई बार same is the case with this. कई बार क्वेश्चन पूछ चुके हैं, सोशल मोबिलिटी क्या है, ओपन सिस्टम क्या है. नाउ दिस क्वेश्चन इज व्हाट इज सोशल मोबिलिटी? क्रिटिकली एग्जामिन द क्लासिफिकेशन ऑफ क्लोज्ड एंड ओपन मॉडल्स ऑफ सोशल स्ट्रैटिफिकेशन. स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड क्वेश्चन. आपके सिलेबस में स्ट्रैटिफिकेशन मोबिलिटी का थर्ड टॉपिक क्या है? सोशल मोबिलिटी, ओपन एंड क्लोज सिस्टम. आप देख लीजिए, अगर सिलेबस ठीक से पढ़े हो, आप समझ रहे हो, कम से कम सिलेबस तो पूरा कर ही लीजिए, नो, तो मोस्ट ऑफ द जॉब्स आर डन. What are sources and causes of mobility? What is social mobility? The term social mobility was given by Sorokin. It was Pritrim Sorokin who gave this term, what is social mobility. Pritrim Sorokin was his name. Pritrim Sorokin is remembered for his famous theory, Welt and Song, and that how societies change, cyclic model of social change. Now, according to Pritrim Sorokin, what is social mobility? Social mobility is movement of individuals or groups across the social statuses. Across the social statuses, social movement of individual. आपका आज यहाँ थे social status में, कल वहाँ पहुँच गए. This is social mobility. So social mobility referred to movement of individuals or groups across the social statuses and could be largely of two types. What is called vertical social mobility and another is called horizontal social mobility. Vertical social mobility could be of two types, upward social mobility and downward social mobility. And then horizontal social mobility means from one place to another on the same horizon. So it could be vertical, upward vertical, downward vertical. Upward vertical is good. Upward vertical is good and downward vertical is considered to be detrimental for the societies in general. Then social mobility also could be intergenerational or intragenerational. So these are the classification in general. Again, for Harlambus ne sab diya hua hai sab. This is what we say, what is social mobility. The first part of the question is talking about that. Straightforward, what is social mobility, types of social mobility in few words. Because again, you have 150 words, so you have to write in few words what is social mobility and types of it. Critically examine the classification of close. अब यहाँ पे term critical examine दिया हुआ है. क्रिटिकल एग्जामिन, अब देखिए क्रिटिकल एग्जामिन का मतलब कुछ वहां पे गड़बड़ भी है विच यू हैव टू हाईलाइट. So what is open model? Open model is where social mobility is appreciated. If social mobility is appreciated, then we call it open model. And if social mobility is not appreciated, then we call it closed model. When it becomes closed, when your social status are ascribed. Ascribed means on the basis of birth. And if your social statuses are achieved on the basis of worth, then we call it open model. So open model is where social statuses are achieved, social statuses are achieved, and closed model is where social statuses are ascribed on the basis of birth. Like caste is what? A closed model. You can't change your caste. It is on the basis of birth. Gender is what? A closed model. You can't change your gender. Basis of birth. On the contrary, bureaucracy is open model. Anyone can join and can go and do that job. So this way, what is social mobility? You have to first say what is social mobility and what is open and closed model. So you have to highlight this. Again, straightforward question. But इसमें critical examination का एक point है. If social mobility is closed, Robert Perk used a term called marginal man. यहाँ पे रॉबर्ट मर्टन की थ्योरी आप यूज कर सकते हो, रेफरेंस ग्रुप थ्योरी, विच इज ऑलरेडी इन योर सिलेबस. क्रिटिकल एग्जामिनेशन का मतलब क्या है? देयर आर सेवरल स्टडीज विच हैज प्रूवन that open model is not open in total, closed model is not completely closed either. Even in closed model we have witnessed mobility. Like in the ancient times, marriage was source of mobility. The system was closed, but with the help of marriage, with the help of military. So look what happened with Chhatrapati Shivaji. That entire community, the entire Maratha community witnessed mobility. How? With the militia. So with the dominance, with the war, with the fight, also social mobility has been achieved. Sanskritization was source of social mobility. Sanskritization is a concept given by M.N. Srinivas, that imitating lifestyle of the higher caste. Even that was source of social mobility. So no closed model is absolutely closed. Marriages, military movement, Sanskritization has been the avenues through which certain mobility has been witnessed. And no model is either open. There's a very famous study called longitudinal study of Oxford University, where it was found. This is called rule of relative hope. Even system is open. कोई भी bureaucrat बन सकता है, पर क्या सच में कोई भी bureaucrat बन सकता है? Rule of relative hope. How far you can go depends from where you start and when you start. So open model is not completely open, closed model is not completely closed, is the critical analysis of it. So कितना अच्छा क्वेश्चन पूछा है. अब apparently आप बहुत कुछ, हाँ ये तो आसान है, bingo, let's do it. So not a good, don't go mumbo jumbo on that. That okay, just you wrote social mobility and open closed model. The question, read question carefully. So what is social mobility? Sorokin's name, types of social mobility, and then how social mobility is facilitated in open and closed, ascribed and achieved. Ascribed and achieved term has been used even by, you can say Marshall and Talcott Parsons also. So you can use that kind of term, but then you have to say that how. No model is completely closed, no model is completely open, by giving certain examples. So this is how we got. अच्छा ये फिर मैं कहूँगा. That's why not a surprise, people might have told you earlier also, and take my word seriously, that actually Harlambus is Bible. Why? Because even this thing is there in Harlambus. Whether open model is completely open, whether closed model is completely closed. And then they elaborate that how it is. So there are several studies given clearly indicating that open model is also not that open. It depends from where you start. It depends from where you start, and that's what is called rule of relative hope. So this is how, when we talk about what is social mobility and how the open, it's straightforward. So I hope making sense. So what is social mobility by Sorokin, types of social mobility, what is open and closed model, then what is rule of relative hope, and what is the concept of marginal man, and what is ascribed, achieved. These are the key terms which you have to say. Next question was, how do you view and access the increasing trend of digital ethnography and use of visual culture in sociological research? अब सोचिए, अगर आप सिर्फ कहानियां पढ़ रहे हैं तो All right. Let's take a break then. On the other side, the break will continue.
Does the vast syllabus of general studies for the UPSC prelims overwhelm you to initiate your preparation for the civil services examination? Is your apprehension and self-doubt coming in the way of your success in joining the civil services? Comprehend your preparation for UPSC Prelims 2025 with the fast-track course targeting general studies with innovative curriculum, revision and mentorship. Starting from 19th November at 1 p.m., the course offers coverage of UPSC GS Prelims subjects, dedicated mentorship support and guidance for performance maximization, access to PT 365 classes for current affairs preparation, sectional mini tests for regular assessment and performance, personalized student portal to access study material, access to live and online classes. Enroll today and make prelims your stepping stone to proceed to the UPSC mains.
All right, so the next question is, how do you view and assess the increasing trend of digital ethnography and use of visual culture in sociological research? It was 20-mark question, again, from the research methodologies, because you have not techniques of data collection. So what exactly is digital ethnography? This is something which is emerging trend of data collection in sociology, because you can see that nowadays societies are more online, isn't it? So if everyone is going online, if you're consuming too much of the online stuff these days, if your digital presence is high, don't you think from the research point of view we should take those references also? That's the reason why digital ethnography is something which is increasing. What we do in digital ethnography? Ethnography is detailed study of a given group or given society, and that too through a larger participation. So when we are having detailed study of a group for over a period of time with more participation and resources, then we call it ethnography. What is digital ethnography? When you are using digital references like online communities, Facebook, gaming communities and these kind of things. In fact, if you want to see that the best way to know anyone now is what? Going through their online profile. Even MNCs are doing it now. Multinational companies are asking people to do this. When they are hiring, they ask certain experts to do digital ethnography of that individual, that what kind of person he is. How you can know a person? By looking into his Facebook profile, by looking at his other kind of profile, Instagram and these, what kind of post he is having, what is his opinion about various things. Isn't talking about your personality? So what are your opinions? You're mentioning your opinions. You're sharing particular kind of meme. Now imagine something has happened and you are having status. Let's say Ratan Tata passed away and you are having status in favor, in against and these kind of things. Isn't talking about something that what kind of person you are? So now what we are doing digital ethnography, we are trying to have a detailed study of the individuals and groups via looking into their online content. Online content, it could be social, it could be their what is called on social media groups, it could be their other online presence, if they are making say blog, etc., that also could be a source. So this is what is called digital ethnography. And on the contrary, what is visual culture? Visual culture is again, look, these days we are more influenced by movies, cinema, advertisement than our neighborhood, because we don't see who's staying in the neighborhood. But we see a lot of movies and OTT platforms, serials, and these they are influencing our behavior. There's a very famous saying: "What you see is what you learn." Also, so visual culture is that culture which is growing, emerging because of visual imprints. Visual imprints like cinema, mass media, advertisements are changing your mindsets. So these are called visual cultures. Now, many young researchers in sociology, especially after 1990s, when internet has increased, are now using these kind of things. Not only that, even you can also retrieve the data from the past. Like if you see the movies of 1960s, can't you see the culture and society of that time? That's why I often give that example even in the classrooms. Look, now go and see the poster of Kuli. How Amitabh Bachchan is having a red color scarf and having hammer and sickle. It seems like a particular ideology is being promoted. How that hero is a poor fellow, often a laborer, farmer, and then looking at their dress, looking at their household arrangement, are not understanding what kind of society it was. In fact, go and watch the movies of 1960s, 70s. Look how they are eating there, how their houses are, what kind of overall setup is, kind of roads you have. Isn't talking about that society. Talking about that society. Ab dekho, I was wondering other day, I was listening a song, Rote Hue Aate Hain Sab, and how on the backside, advertisement of population control and these things were there. So just looking into these documents, you can get a better insight that what kind of society it is. So now what we are doing is looking into the ethnographic details, digital ethnography. So what is digital ethnography? Detailed study of groups of societies by using their online print. So whatever their online footprint is, on the basis of that, we are trying to understand that given society. What are the advantages? The biggest advantage is precision and real-time data. Because when you're writing this comment, you're not thinking somebody is going to observe me. You're just writing it, what you are naturally are. The problem with the CV and interview is you're cautious what to say. If I'm interviewing you, you will be very careful that what to say. Isn't it? The people write best of the things in CV only. Nobody writes bad thing in CV except Dr. Kalam. Dr. Kalam was a unique person. He used to write all bad things in CV also, that has been rejected at this center, at this center. 57 center in interviews is mentioned. Even Sarabhai asked this question to him. Boss, I have never seen this kind of fellow. That you are also mentioning where has been rejected. Who writes these things in CV? But CVs are the fancy words and achievements. What kind of person you are can be better understood with your online footprints. So data is there, data precision is there. There is data precision, there is efficiency in terms of data collection. It is also relatively, you can say, cheaper, resource-wise. Resource-wise, you have not to go anywhere, you have not to, because otherwise research needs funds also. So it's relatively cheaper. And very importantly, that, this is something where you can study the things in the natural setup. But there's a problem also. Digital ethnography often breaches the issue of, or you can say, the right to privacy. Because when the fellow has written in the personal capacity and you're using it to judge his personality now. So it's a breach of right to privacy kind of thing. So digital ethnography is being picked up now for what? So now again, needless to say, first you have to talk about that why for doing research data collection is important. Data can be collected in various ways. One of the ways is now digital ethnography, because online presence of the individuals has increased, and these days mostly they are available online, and that's why online resources could be very good. So digital ethnography is what that you have to say. Digital ethnography is that methodology where by using online footprint of various communities from Facebook, social media, other online platforms, we get better insight about the population. Population in research means jiske baare mein aap padh rahe ho. So we get better insight about the population. Sampling could be easier. Resources are not much resources are required, and that's why digital ethnography in the constraint of resources could be very good approach. You have to also talk about what is visual culture and how they are in a way interlinked. So visual culture is what? That nowadays a new culture is emerging which is more impacted by movies, cinemas, advertisements, and the social life portrayed in the digital world instead of socialization of the family and all. You are more inspired by these things now. Than because family is not participating, family is also busy in watching OTT, and you're also busy in watching OTT, and this way, visual culture is emerging. So understand both the terms. Visual culture, in fact, And look, gaming is another thing, and gaming is no more game. It's a serious business now. Gaming has emerged as a serious business. Considering this, all these could be very good source of data collect. बहुत सारे games से वो data collect कर रहे हैं. This is very surprising. Radical groups are doing this kind of thing. They're asking certain questions in the games, and while answering those games, they get whatever their subject is, whatever they are trying to research. So they are being misused. So this is something, when you can say digital ethnography and visual culture. Visual culture is useful because it is something useful, considering that many people are now online present. Mostly they are online present. They are consuming a lot of online data, and that's why these sources are good. Useful because data precision is there. Useful because you are understanding all these things in natural setup. Useful because resources, not much resources are required. Detrimental, why? Because privacy is breached. Detrimental, why? Because it could be used for the wrong purposes and ethical issues might be overlooked. They say it has been found digital ethnography has been used by ISIS to recruit fellows. ISIS preferred digital ethnography. So what they were doing, they were conducting research of those people who could be easily radicalized. So they sent, on the basis of names and all, online communities. On that basis, they sent various messages and links. And when people watched those links, what kind of comment they did, on that basis, few of them were shortlisted. Those who had given radical comments, they were shortlisted. They were sent even more intense videos about crime against certain community and so and so. Their anger was even more retaliative now. This way, they identified that these people could be easily radicalized. And then they approached them in person for training and all. So this is where you can say digital ethnography has been misused. And as this world is very ambiguous, it is very difficult to identify that whether the researcher is following ethics. And that's why it is important that even for digital ethnography, like other researcher, there should be certain given guidelines. Like when you go sociological research, when you go for sociological research, you need administrative clearances. You can't do it on your own. There has to be a certain administrative clearances from the corresponding offices. In the digital ethnography also, these kind of restrictions should be required. But in future, more researchers will be going in this direction, that is for sure. Visual culture is making more impact on us. So simple. Now here again, Hammersley is one who has written a lot about it. Hammersley is a name can be easily used along with Breman. So Breman in 2011 wrote about it. So Breman and Hammersley, these names can be used, that how we are using digital ethnography and what are the visual cultures and what are the significance of it, how they are useful in terms of real-time data collection, they are useful in terms of precision, in situ, there is one thing called in situ observation. In situ observation means observation in natural setting. Because the moment you're observing someone, the fellow will get alert, the subject get alert. And that's why it is always good to have in situ. Now this digital ethnography could be participant or non-participant both. Don't think it's always participant. Maybe मैं किसी और group को सिर्फ study कर रहा हूँ, and maybe I also became the part of that group, commenting and saying to identify that what kind of individual and what kind of behavior that group is having. This is what is called, बहुत ज़्यादा यूज हो रहा है डिजिटल इथनोग्राफी का, particularly in brand endorsement. डिजिटल मार्केटिंग में अब आपको क्या लग रहा है, आपको जितने भी ऐड आते हैं ना, दिस इज बेस्ड ऑन डिजिटल इथनोग्राफी. व्हाट डू यू थिंक, आपको कहाँ से ऐड आ जा रहा है कि हाँ प्रिपरेशन करनी है तो ये करिए वो करिए. इट्स नॉट कमिंग रैंडम. देयर आर पीपल डूइंग रिसर्च विद द हेल्प ऑफ डिजिटल इथनोग्राफी. सो ब्रांड इंडोर्समेंट में दिस इज वेरी यूजफुल कि what kind of videos you are watching gives an algorithm, and that algorithm is shared with the corresponding brands, and they then provide input. Those brands provide input that what kind of customer he is and whether he can do it, and so and so. So that's why digital ethnography is the new model of sociological research to understand social behavior, their opinions, bias, and so and so. So straightforward question, but yes, bit applied. it is not something which is from conventional sociology, because still people are thinking of only Malinowski's and Redkill Brown sociology. Sociology has moved a lot from there. So this is how we got when we talk about how digital ethnography. Now, next question is very straightforward, has been already asked several times, and is in your syllabus also. In Weber, we have topic now, what is called Protestant ethics and the spirit of capitalism. So they have directly asked, describe the main idea of Max Weber's book, The Protestant Ethics and the... देखिए, question is demanding something, main idea. What is main idea? This is again, if you don't have clarity, people miss the bus. Weber's main idea is that how the spirit of capitalism came, not the capitalism itself. In fact, Weber himself said that it is something which we must understand in terms of causal pluralism. Now, though I have constraint of the time here, so I can't say much about it, but you must understand this way. Marx believed that religion creates a false consciousness, and this way it helps to maintain status quo. The exploiters exploit the exploited with the help of religion. So he calls it opiate of the masses, and it is something which is useful for the maintenance of class segregation of bourgeoisies and proletariats, rich and poor. Weber refuted it. Weber says one problem with the Marx is that Marx is going for monocausal explanation. Weber believed that reality is multi-causal and explanations must be multi-causal therefore. He believed that religion also might be responsible for bringing change in the society. And that's where he found that most of the big industrialists worldwide were eventually Protestants, and that's how he thought that there must be something within the Protestantism which is promoting religion. In fact, देखिए यहीं पे शायद reading book like Harlambus could be useful. मैं एक Harlambus से line quote कर रहा हूँ. Weber provided this similarity. Weber said that how Benjamin Franklin, who was the in a way face of capitalism that time, Benjamin Franklin wrote the book that suggestions to the young tradesmen, where he identified that as a early tradesperson, what kind of do's and don'ts one should have. One should have frugal life, one should work hard, one should not waste time here and there in this worldly affairs. Weber found knowingly and unknowingly all these things has been advocated by Protestantism also. Like the way Calvin, Lutherans, Calvinists, Calvin has talked about a lot about it. So Calvin had said that God is calling you and you can be closer to God by doing whatever God has assigned to you. And this way he identified, Weber believed that there are 4 types of idea. I hope you're knowing ideal types, and those who are not knowing, you should read all these things from Weber. Again, Harlambus could be good. So you have to say that there were 4 types of ideal types, what is called this worldly, otherworldly, mimetic, and ascetic. Mimetic are those religions which believe this world to be unreal, and somewhere else a new world is, which is real. Ascetic are those who believe that this world is real and you should work hard. Otherworldly believe existence of heaven and hell. This worldly accept the existence of the individual. Don't take it as an illusion. जो माया नहीं मानते उसको वो. So the religion which are this worldly and ascetic, they can create capitalism, the spirit of capitalism. And Weber himself, ये Harlambus की खूबसूरती है. This is the beauty of that book. Harlambus has written that Weber himself highlighted that I'm not saying that capitalism has grew because of religion, but what I'm saying is that religion created certain spirit of capitalism, that working hard, frugal life, comparing it with the Benjamin Franklin's writing, and then said when this spirit was supported by other factors like scientific development, printing press, technology, better logistics, capitalism grew. That's why the name of the book was Protestant Ethics and the Spirit of Capitalism. Understand the point? Name of the book is Protestant Ethic and the Spirit of Capitalism, not capitalism. अब ये कुछ की वर्ड्स होते हैं, ये एक ऐसा क्वेश्चन होगा जिसको सब लिखेंगे. So out of 20 marks, most of them will end up having general marking because they will talk the same tone. Marx said this, Weber said this, and then capitalism grew, and then may talk about some other criticism also. Question is asking, describe the main idea of Marx. So you have to say, as Weber himself highlighted, that unlike Marx, he believed, he said Marx's explanation is monocausal and realities are multicausal. And he believed that, as Benjamin Franklin rightly put it, for capitalism these things are needed. Knowingly and unknowingly, the Protestant ethic also popularized all these things. So Protestant ethic also popularized the idea of work hard, frugal life, these kind of things, which resulted into the spirit of capitalism. और जिसने ये line लिखी, just this one line means at least one more number, 1.5 more number. That Weber himself admitted that religion was not the cause of capitalism, but facilitator of it. Facilitator of it. That once that spirit of capitalism was added with other factors, and this way himself provided a multi-causal explanation. In fact, in the notes we have written that way only. If you see the notes, I have told you already it will be a little childish to show the notes. But this is how you should understand. So there are three visible things into it. How he refuted Marx. Then second thing is comparison with the Benjamin Franklin. In fact, Harlumber starts with that. And then third thing is that how spirit of capitalism resulted in capitalism once other things supported having multi-causal. In one or two lines you can also say the Weber theory was criticized. But here the question is as a critique of Marxism. So first you have to say that what Marx has said, then how Weber as a critique of Marx said what, how he found the Protestant ethic and the spirit of capitalism are correlated, and then maybe some of the critique of it. So in the critique, one of the very common critique is, if everyone is having frugal life, from where the demand will come. Even Gunnar Myrdal and other kind of people had said that capitalism is not necessarily the outcome of what you can say, it's not necessarily always the outcome of Protestant particular ethics, might be also because of a dumping ground. So that's how some of the criticism, but again, I'll say, please don't go with this notion. I have seen people, with due respect, I hope I'm not breaching my lines, I'm not transcending my limits, but with due respect, most of the students are having this stereotype, there has to be an introduction, there has to be criticism somehow. It's not that way. Don't be artificial. Stick to the demand of the question. So demand of the question was this, that what exactly, and again, wonderfully written in Harlumber's religion chapter, Weberian explanation is where you can get it. Wonderfully written, that how Weber found the spirit of capitalism resulted into the rise of capitalism. And this line is something which is the key line, that it is not the cause, rather it is facilitated, and once other factors supported, resulted into the rise of capitalism. So that's how you have to answer this question. Now next question is, again straightforward from thinkers, critically explain the salient features of alienation as propounded by Karl Marx. It's again straightforward and at least 7-8 times asked earlier also, if you see the previous question paper. That's why in paper 1, I often say to my students, those who are listening to me, that in paper 1 it is possible to achieve 180. It's achievable. And if you got somewhere between 160 to 180 in paper 1, perhaps in this examination you have touched 1/15% of it. Because 1100 is decent score for the interview call these days. 180 is achievable provided you are doing two things. A, don't reduce sociology as just storytelling. It's not gossiping and storytelling. It is, for example's sake, but not just that. It's more than that. Don't reduce the subject there. And second, do previous question paper religiously. And when I'm saying do previous question paper, look at the question paper, whatever understanding you have, refer to the book like Harlumber's and Ignu material, and then try to write it. Then try to, even books like Nitin Sagwan also can be referred, because that is a good compilation of several information at one place. But then try to write it in your own and see how it can be improvised. Because most of the question you can say are being repeated. Abhi tak only digital ethnography is the question which was new altogether, never asked earlier. Otherwise, so far what we have discussed, each and every question has been asked in some or the other way earlier. Now, critically explain the salient features of alienation as propounded by Karl Marx. Straightforward, it was Marx's work, Alienation. Alienation was the term popularized by Feuerbach. Feuerbach was young Hegelian. Feuerbach was one who talked about alienation. Alienation is that stage of self-estrangement when you got detached from a given thing. So this is what is called alienation. So state of being stranger to yourself, self-estrangement is what you consider as alienation. And alienation therefore could be, if you see that, according to Feuerbach, this alienation is why, because people had got segregated from the nature. Marx started from there. Marx also believed the first form of alienation was segregation from the nature. As you got segregated from the nature, this is how alienation started. And then Marx further gradually identified that there are 4 types of alienation. As you have just 10 marks, you have to confine yourself. Start with the Feuerbach, that how Feuerbach talked about alienation. The term alienation was popularized by Feuerbach, and then Marx used it. It was initially what you call as alienation from nature. So what is alienation? When you got segregated from your true self. So it was alienation from nature. Then we got what is called self-alienation. Then we got social alienation, alienation from other workers. Then what you can say in terms of alienation of decisions of produce and alienation from the product. So these are the 4 types of alienation Marx highlighted. So how alienation manifests? In simple words, Marx said that the rich class, the bourgeois class, is not only exploiting in terms of money, material gains, but also in terms of what you can say creativity. They are robbing their creativity, they are objectifying even their creativity. So they had commodified their creativity. And this way, the alienation is in 4 folds. What are these? Alienation from the product. आप देखिए, मैं ऑफन ताजमहल किसने बनवाया? शाहजहां ने. ताजमहल मजदूरों ने बनाया था, शाहजहां ने नहीं बनाया था. But you say that way. So alienation from the product, alienation from decisions related to the production, alienation in terms of social alienation from the other fellow workers, and self-alienation. Even you have forgotten that who you are, what is the purpose of life, and so and so. So this way, there are 4 folds of alienation. 4 folds of alienation. That's why I often give, even we, मैं क्या हूँ ले देके, what I have been reduced to. Sociology वाले sir, this is what I had reduced to. So he found that in the modern setup, alienation is 4-folded. And for him, this alienation is the root cause of that anger and frustration leading towards class antagonism. That's how he said. So it's a straightforward question, previously has been asked several times. You have to say what is alienation. First you have to define what is alienation, how Feuerbach talked about alienation, then what is Marx's idea of alienation, that how alienation is self-estrangement. And this is where he used a phrase. I think that phrase must be used when you're talking about alienation, and that is called commodity of fetishism. So fetishism of commodities means what? Fetishism of commodities means, what is fetishism? Fetishism means कोई भी ऐसी चीज जिसको आपने खुद बनाया हो उसी को आप खुदा मान बैठे. That is fetishism. So you created this money and now money is God for you. I chose this career. Now this career is determining me what to do. This is fetishism of commodities. He used this phrase that modern societies are characterized by fetishism of commodities, where not the intrinsic value is important, exchange value is important. अब ये कुछ key words हैं जो decide करेंगे कि आप 7 के ऊपर रहेंगे, 7 के नीचे रहेंगे. Look, any good student who have studied Marx will talk about these 4 forms of alienation. Will talk about Feuerbach, no matter where they're studying. Where the difference will come, the moment you talk about fetishism of commodities, commodity fetishism, the moment you talk about that how, even Ritzer has talked about it. Ritzer has given the explanation of it, that how आज हम क्या देखते हैं, एक्सचेंज वैल्यू देख रहे हैं, ना कि इंट्रिंसिक वैल्यू. लेट मी डिफरेंशिएट बिटवीन द टू थोड़ा सा आपके लिए. व्हाट इज इंट्रिंसिक वैल्यू? दिस शर्ट विल बी हार्डली ऑफ 100 रुपीज अगर हम इसकी इंट्रिंसिक वैल्यू निकाल लें, मटेरियल एंड ऑल दैट. बट एक्सचेंज वैल्यू डिपेंड्स ऑन विच ब्रांड लोगो इज हियर. And you are now treating the things on exchange value, not on intrinsic value. This is how we got commodity fetishism. And that's why, अब मैं कितना काबिल हूँ, that is determined by what? How much money I have. And that's why I gave that example in the class also often. I give this example. You call 100 fortunate people, grow up. There are 100 rich people. Every rich people is fortunate, that's your problem. 500 fortunes. You have a list of 500 fortunate people. They are not fortunate people, they are 500 rich people. I hope you're knowing this list of 500 fortunate people. Forbes list and so and so. So that is list of the rich people, not of the fortunate people. How they are fortunate? Look, so this is the differences. So Marxist tone talks about all these things. Commodity fetishism is a very important debate. In fact, commodity fetishism has been also asked previous year. So that kind of term can be used. So you have to first talk about that, what exactly is idea of alienation, how Marx talked about the 4 dimensions of it. And here somebody may write, and I will accept it, likha ja sakta hai. Even if I was writing in the examination hall, I would have written that also. That this idea of alienation was taken further by many others. Like even Weber himself believed rationality could be the reason for alienation. There's one fellow, C. Wright Mills. He said that in service industries, alienation is very common. Why? Because this is prostitution of the personality. So these kind of examples could be also added for the value addition. But what must be there? Feuerbach idea of alienation, Marx idea of alienation. First, what is alienation? How Feuerbach talked about it. What is Marxian idea? 4 folds of alienation. Then what is commodity fetishism? And then you have to say that how the idea was taken further after Marx by Weber, Wright Mills, etc. So this is how you have to talk about this question, that how critically explain the silent features of alienation as given by Marx. Now we move to the next question. What do you understand by mixed method? Discuss the strength and limitation in social research. Again straightforward है आपके syllabus से. आपके syllabus में topic है qualitative and quantitative. जब हम दोनों को use करते हैं, then it's called mixed method. When both of them are used simultaneously, that we are using both qualitative and quantitative method together, then we call it mixed method. Mixed method. And these days, all researchers of sociology, agar hum dekhen, especially after 1990s, most of the researchers in sociology are of mixed method. And that's what is expected from you, that you should be knowing of it. Because syllabus mein aapke quantitative and qualitative diya hua hai. So mixed methods 3 tarah se ho sakte hain. There are 3 ways for it. One is called triangulation. Again, Harlambus has talked about it, triangulation, in that chapter, research methodology. So triangulation is one. Then you can say facilitation, and then complementarity. Complementarity. Hammersley has talked about it. Research mein this name is very handy for you. Hammersley and Bremen has talked about this complementarity. So Hammersley, Bremen, even you can use the name of Baby. Siddiqui in Indian context has used this. He's an Indian sociologist who used this thing. So you should, again, this is important. The name of thinker is supplementary. If you could recall, well and good, definitely you will have some edge. Otherwise, what is triangulation? Triangulation is to cross-check each other. So what we do, if I have used qualitative method, what is qualitative method? Qualitative method is where we are trying to have what is called detailed study involving subjectivity, like participant observation, ethnographic studies, and so and so. What is quantitative? When we are just banking upon the data, whatever data is saying. So qualitative method focus more on the data interpretation. Quantitative method focus more on the data collection. So if your conclusion is just based on the data, Just based on the data, quantitative. If the conclusion is based on the data, interpreted, qualitative. Based on the data, interpreted, qualitative. So this way, so somebody has picked your phone, and therefore Fran not picking your phone and therefore is insulting you, quantitative. Quantitative. On the contrary, if you're interpreting, maybe busy somewhere, these are the factors why it has not been done, qualitative. Now, once you're cross-checking each other, whatever your qualitative findings are cross-checked by the quantitative finding and the vice versa. So if somebody is not picking up your phone and you're being very qualitative, कि maybe might be busy, so how frequently is not using the phone? Even in, let's say, late hours, even in early hours, now you are doing what? Quantitative data is being used to cross-check it. This is called triangulation. And triangulation is a very good methodology in sociological researches to identify the cross relationship between any research finding. That's called triangulation. What is facilitation? Facilitation is where one technique helps the other. Like if I have to make a questionnaire about the students, how the students are thinking about civil services or what their opinion about vision. In that case, what I can do? First, I can be part of some of the student group called participant observation. कि क्या चीजें वो consider करते हैं. If I really want to know as a teacher how I am, I should not ask you to see direct questionnaire. Otherwise, you will lie. What I should do? Somebody should be in this class, thinking about your behavior first, and then he's giving me input that, sir, question should be based on this basis to identify the opinion. Now this is called facilitation, where one method is helping other in developing methodology. So questionnaire I'm developing with the help of participant observation, or whatever has been done in terms of interview, this is what I have used when I am doing any kind of ethnographic study, this is what I have to study. So these kind of things are called facilitation, and complementarity is again when we are trying to identify that wherever there is a gap. Let's say I'm collecting a data, and maybe that data needs some more some kind of interpretation, and I'm using qualitative method for it. So this is how there are three ways through which mixed methods. So a straightforward question is that what do you understand by mixed methods? You have to identify that how the mixed methods are nothing but mixed use of qualitative and quantitative methods, which can be done in three ways. You have to explain karna hai. These are global standard norms, these three ways. And then you have to say that how the strength is. Strength is that it makes research finding cross-checked. सबसे बड़ा research strength क्या है? That your research findings are cross-checked and therefore chances of error are lesser. आपके error के chances कम हो गए because you have cross-checked it. Chances of error are lesser. Then you have to say that how it is also useful to provide a complete, you can say band of study. Not in bits and pieces. So it is more holistic once we are using mixed method. More holistic, because sometimes you need quantitative, sometimes you need qualitative. So it provides a complete holistic research. But the negative side is, one of the biggest side is, it is very resource constraining. Research के लिए पैसा चाहिए होता है, resources चाहिए होते हैं, and it is very resource constraining. Especially it takes too much of time. It takes too much. Sometimes a poor information is better than no information in order to have quality. Quality के चक्कर में कुछ पढ़ाई ना, उससे बढ़िया थोड़ा ही पढ़ लीजिए, लेकिन पढ़िए तो. So this way it is important that it is very resource constraining. One of the biggest challenges. That's why in India it is not possible. When you are having limited resource and within 1 year you have to submit your PhD also, otherwise people will start asking question, who will do mixed methods? Because mixed method means at least 4, 5, 6 years of research, cross-checking and developing and recreating thesis on that basis. So mixed methods are very resource consuming, and there could be methodological bias, that one might be more tilted towards qualitative, might be more tilted towards quantitative, and so and so. So resource limitation, methodological bias, and then mismatches in terms of fixing the techniques could be some of the challenges. तीसरे को अगर आप ignore भी कर लें तो these two are the strongest demerit. That how it is very resource constraining in terms of money, in terms of time, in terms of human resource. and how there could be methodological bias towards one another. All that was said by Hammerly, and it is there in Horlumbus in that chapter, research methodology. So even the new book, the blue book, in the blue book, it's wonderfully written in 3 pages, almost 2-3 pages. Old book also talks about it, but not that much. New book talks in detail that what are various. This I'm referring from the new book. The new book has given a separate paragraph that how these things could be done, and then Bremen's research as an example of it. Bremen's quotes from his book has been given. अब वो सब हम लोगों का काम होता है teacher to put at one place all these things. So this is how we got mixed methods, but again might sound like bragging from the notes, क्योंकि वहाँ पे हम नोट्स में बात करते हैं कि what is mixed method. जब आप qualitative quantitative की बात करोगे तो you have to talk about mixed methods, so कि how it is and how it works and so. So this is how we got when we talk about. It was a good question. When I talk to the student, many of them, sir ये question रह गया, नहीं समझ में आया, पकड़ में नहीं आया क्या था, because they might have not heard, they stopped here. So but yes, this is something. अब ये एक क्वेश्चन ऐसा दिखा जो थोड़ा सा नया कह सकते हैं, like digital ethnography. Relatively this can be called कि ये ऐसा को, बाकी most of the questions you can say are repeated. This is the advantage of sociology option, that most of the questions are repeated that way. But digital ethnography and this you can say as a new thing. हालांकि mixed method as it is नहीं पूछा है, something of that, how quantitative and qualitative can be worked together, उस तरह से you have seen the question, but specifically not this way. The next question, if we see, define the concept of gig economy and discuss its impact on labor market and workers' social security net. अच्छा, ये टॉपिक शायद डिजिटल इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर में बहुत बातें हो रही हैं, क्योंकि आपके जीएस में भी क्वेश्चन आया है इस पे, सोशल लॉज, लेबर लॉस पे. सो इफ यू सी दिस वे, this is from 6 topic, again work and economic life, direct question, work and economic life, formal and informal organization. Why this term is? Because Niti Aayog has popularized a term now. Niti Aayog saying from informal sector to plate formalization of labor market. Instead of informal to formal, now the term is used from informal to plate formalization of labor market. तो अगर मुझे यहाँ लिखना होता तो I would have highlighted this. Gig economy from informal labor to plate formalization of the labor market. Niti Aayog has done, now Smilcher was the man who talked a lot about the formal sector, informal sector, what are informal sector, and in Indian context, Sanyal. So the paper is, one is here, so you prefer Smilcher. Smilcher had said what exactly informal sector referred to. Informal sector referred to, or informal labor force referred to all those which are deprived of social security net. What is social security net? Medical insurance, pensions, kids education, paid holidays, these are what different working hours, these are what you can call as social security net. So social security net consists of financial inclusion, that in terms of what you can say, pay, pensions, insurance, medical insurance, other kind of facilities, quality education, then fixed working hours, and continuous source of income. So these are the characteristics of what you can say social security net. Now the question is asking, define the concept of gig economy and discuss its impact on labor market and worker. Now here you can use Niti Aayog directly, because as of now, not much of sociological research has happened on the gig economy worldwide. So what is gig economy? Gig economy is where as per the definition of what is gig, the definition of gig economy is given in social security codes. As per social security codes, gig economy refer to, or gig labor force refer to, all those who are working as a freelancer associated with more than one employer. That is what we call as gig worker. So gig worker are associated with more than one employers and working as freelancer. They are not attached to any given employer. Now gig worker could be online, offline, both. Those gig workers who are online are called platform workers. That's how the term is used, gig worker and platform worker. Now, As per India is concerned, Niti Aayog has given the data that in 2020, there were barely 70 lakh gig workers. 70 lakh gig workers, but by end of 2029, we are assuming this number to go to 2.65 crores. The number will reach to 2.65 crores. That means in India, gig worker is increasing at a faster pace. With the changing scenario of AI, again, you can say gig worker is increasing. So gig working is increasing, and as gig working is increasing across the world and in India also, needless to say, the gig workers therefore are deprived of any social security net provided by their employer. अब जब किसी एक एम्प्लॉयर से होंगे तब तो सोशल सिक्योरिटी नेट मिल सकता है. But when you are having so many social, you are attached with so many people, you are a freelancer, तो कहाँ मेरा मेडिकल इंश्योरेंस कौन कराएगा फिर? Why my employer will have my medical insurance? That's the reason why, in order to ensure social security net to the gig workers, we have to introduce innovations like Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya. Now, Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya is for everyone. Anyone can get registered depending on the criteria. So, Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya, or for that matter, Atal Pension Yojana, and these kind of things are what? Financial innovation to provide social security net to these gig workers. So question is ki, what exactly gig economy is? Gig economy is where predominance of gig workers are found, and India is moving towards gig economy as per Niti Aayog report. Then you have to say that what is the impact of labor market, discuss its impact on labor market and how labor market is changing, how the equations of the labor market are changing, and that's why we are saying from informal sector to plate formalization, and how social security net should be provided to them. Now government is coming with various alternative mechanism, and that is how it should be provided. It should be provided via medical insurances sponsored by the state, like Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya. Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya, and I'm very happy to share that Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya is now extended to 70 plus for everyone. This is needed. So this is where you can say that social security net can be provided. Then schemes like Atal Pension Yojana, national pension schemes. National pension scheme is for everyone. Old pension scheme is only for government employees. You know, now to I've been knowing that we have changed this idea. So NPS is still there. NPS is for everyone. Anyone can enjoy NPS. NPS is for everyone, but the old pension scheme was primarily for government employees, which you have now slightly changed, what you call modified pension schemes. So, but then even if you see that social security net to these labor forces can be provided with the help of it. E-Shram portal is the data, for all these kind of things. Ab ye question thoda generic dikh raha hai. Nature of the question is bit generic. Smelser's name could be used here, who has done a lot about labor and the reasons of informal labor and so and so. Sanyal has talked about it. Sandeep Sanyal, abhi aap jante unko banaya gaya us university ka. Then there are various people who have highlighted the significance of informal. Niti Aayog's name can be utilized. That how Niti Aayog has highlighted all these things, because Niti Aayog itself is now a data center. They are doing a lot of sociological research. So this way, when we say that how the gig economy, so you have to identify first what is gig economy, who are gig workers. If you can remember the data, as I told you, the data, this data is available. You can do one thing, gig economy Niti Aayog. There's a wonderful paper, 3 pages paper, which provides all information about gig economy in India. So how, and even Niti Aayog has offered one thing called RAISE platform, RAISE, which has said that we should augment the gig workers also in policy making of labor betterment. So this is how you have to talk about. ये work and economic life एक ऐसा topic है जिसका आंसर थोड़ा common sensical दिखता है, because not much of research that way has been done. Now next question is, critically assess the impact of technology advancement and automation on the nature of work and employment. Perhaps AI was in the mind, the fellow who has designed the question. So again, it is something from the work and economic life, that what is the impact of technological advancement and automation on the nature of work and employment. Automation and work and employment, in this, the biggest name which you can refer to is Robert Blauner. So Robert Blauner studied what is called automation and changing labor market. That is one of the very decorated study, where Robert Blauner found that with increased automation, alienation has also increased. Though their salaries has increased, wages has increased, but alienation is also increasing, and that's why at workplace, certain amount of informalization is needed. Even studies of Peter Blau, अब यहाँ पे बहुत सारे studies हो सकते हैं depending upon which you have referred. Columbus has given set of studies, some 8-10 studies are there, but Robert Blauner's name should be there. It was Robert Blauner who identified that how automation has changed the labor market. Now, you can say that with the advancement of technology, especially after 1990s, the international division of labor started. International, because of outsourcing. Can't you see that now we have outsourced the things to India? Certain countries became what is called, in the international division of labor, what happens because of technological advancement. Certain countries became production unit like China. Certain countries became designing unit like USA. Certain countries became packaging unit like Czech Republic. Certain countries became what is called research unit or call centers or service providers like India. So this way there is an international division of labor, which is the outcome of technological advancement and automation. This is what you have to highlight, the nature of work and employment, how it has changed. And nature of employment has also changed. Even with the advent of AI, here you have to highlight कि with the advent of AI, how things has further changed. तो यहाँ पहले आपको बताना होगा कि what is the impact of technology in terms of labor by Robert Blauner and other studies. Then you have to say that how after 1990s, especially with the advent of internet, the world has moved towards international division of labor. International division of labor, where certain countries are production units, certain countries are designing units, certain countries are, you can say, service providers, and so. And then accordingly, the nature of employment started. इसलिए आप इंडिया में देखो, management and these kind of things are more picked up. China में skill development of manufacturing sectors has been picked up. So accordingly, their employment has, क्योंकि question paper 1 में है, तो it is talking about the global scenario. So this is how the nature of work and employment has changed, and you can further add. अब यहाँ पे देखिए आपका जनरल स्टडीज का इन्फॉर्मेशन भी थोड़ा हेल्प कर सकता था. दैट इकोनॉमिक सर्वे हैज हाईलाइटेड दैट हाउ AI is going to change the job market at all the 3 levels. Now you can say that even it has been anticipated that with the advent of AI, the global job market is going to get changed at all levels, the skilled level, semi-skilled level, and even at the manual worker level. And that's how it is assumed in India. More than, you can say, if you could recall, that more than 90 lakhs job will be gone, and more than 80 lakh new jobs will be entering into. So these kind of things you can add, if you could recall. So that's how critically assess the impact of technology advancement, starting with the Blauner, automation and labor force. Then how international division of labor has come. Technology has led to the international division of labor. So इंटरनेशनल डिवीजन ऑफ लेबर, इसलिए चाइना जाओ तो चाइना पूरा पूरा प्रोडक्शन यूनिट दिखता है, हर जगह प्रोडक्शन चल रहा है. आप अमेरिका जाओ, एवरीवन इज डिजाइनिंग ओनली, कोडिंग एंड डिजाइनिंग. व्हाट दे डू इन सिलिकॉन वैली, ओनली कोडिंग एंड डिजाइनिंग, isn't it? They all are coders and designers. And come to India, they all are in BPO sector and other kind of things, which are service oriented. So this way we have seen that the nature has changed. So you have to talk about all these things, all these dimensions here. That how, so, but again, Harlombus has said, not about AI, but up to AI, all the things has been said by Harlombus. So Robert Blauner's name you can start with, how the technology advancement has, technological determinism is a theory given by McIver. आप चाहें तो उसको भी use कर सकते हो. As I told you earlier also, I'm not saying this is the only way of answer writing, but this is the major framework. So whatever name you can give to establish that how technology leads to change at labor and employment and so. Now, let's come to the section B then. When it comes to section B, again, this is straightforward question. So many times this question has been asked. So section B is about describe various characteristics of a social fact. How is rate of suicide a social fact according to Durkheim? Again, it is compulsory question. As I told you that, section A, section B, those questions are compulsory 1 and 5. So if you see that, describe various characteristics of social fact. Simple, straightforward theory of Durkheim. So what are characteristics of social fact according to Durkheim? That you have to. Durkheim, as you know, is called as father of sociology, modern sociology, because he was the one who established the department of sociology. Father of sociology, Auguste Comte. It was Durkheim's major work called Social Fact. In his book, Rules of Sociological Methods, he highlighted what are the features of social fact. He was inspired by Emile Boutreau's concept of social realism. So you have to say that according to Durkheim, not all social realities are social fact, but certain social realities which are having following attributes are social fact, and the subject matter of sociology should be social fact. He talked about 4 of them. First, independent of individual manifestation or externality, that it is something which is external. Second, it is diffused. Third, it is constraining. And fourth, as I said, independent of individual manifestation. 4 cheezein hain. It is external of individual. It is diffused in the society. It is constraining by its nature. And fourth, it is, you can say, independent of individual manifestation. The first 3 are discussed by Durkheim himself. However, the 4th has been added by Ignew, but you can accept this also. So, in fact, he defined social fact this way also. Social fact means all those ways of acting, thinking, which are external to the individual, diffused, and by the virtue of that, they are coercive. So they are behaving, they are deciding how individual should behave, not individual deciding social fact. So it's a simple, straightforward question that what is social fact? You have to define what are the characters of social fact and how he said that these social facts should be studied. In his book, Rules of Sociological Method, he said these should be studied using rules of class observation, rules of classification, rules of generalization. ये तो क्वेश्चन का एक हिस्सा हो गया. You know, again, you have just 70 words to write all these things. So use it wisely. Take a chart if required. And second part, how is rate of suicide a social fact? Now, Durkheim work on suicide is again a very important work in development of sociology as a science. Durkheim was interested to know whether suicide is social fact or not, and that's why he defined suicide first. So according to him, suicide referred to all those positive, negative acts done by the doer, where the doer is well aware of its consequences, when the actor is knowing that it will result into death of that individual. So he first provided what is suicide, and he believed on the data collection. So he collected data from the official records of Germany, France, and other countries, and found that how there's a pattern. Every year, in Germany, in France, almost similar number of suicides are happening. And this way he found perhaps there is something in the society compelling individual to commit suicide. And therefore he assumed that suicide is a social fact because there is general rate of suicide. And on the basis of findings, he found that this suicide is governed by 2 social attributes, integration and regulation. When integration is too less, he called it, it is egoistic. When integration is too high, he called it fatalistic. When regulation is too less, he called it anomic. When regulation is too high, he called it that it is fatalistic. So anomic, altruistic, anomic and fatalistic on regulation side, egoist and altruistic on integration side. This is how you divide those 4 types. So this way he said that how suicide is a social fact, and he admitted that there is an individual manifestation part of suicide, but it seems there is a suicidogenic current based on integration and regulation available in the society, which makes it a social fact. So a straightforward question. In fact, in the classrooms everywhere it is discussed that way only. Even in our notes we have written that way only. So you should be aware of that, what makes suicide a social fact. He said suicide is two-folded concept. There is a suicidogenic current, and then there is individual manifestation. He said second part is of psychology, first part is of sociology. And that's how suicide is a social fact on the basis of the data he identified. So in short, ab sochiye, each of them were coming as a full length question. Now he asked 2 things at one place, and that too in just 150 words. So in such questions, you have to stop your horses. Otherwise, you will start writing and maybe writing social fact will end up with 150 words. तो number तो आपको आधे ही मिलेंगे फिर. So you should be very careful how much to write here. So social fact, you can make chart again. That according to Durkheim, inspired by socialism, social fact should be the subject matter of sociology characterized by these attributes. Now you can give rules of sociological method, social fact characterized by these things, and on the other side, this is how it should be observed. Maybe a chart or pie diagram may help here. And then you have to say how suicide is a social fact. So what is suicide? A little about it. How he found general rate of suicide. How there are forces and the suicide is twofold. And for the first part, that is suicidogenic current is there, it is social fact. So that is how you have to identify that how suicide is a social fact. Now again, this question is direct from the syllabus. You can say sociological thinker meets self and identity. They have asked question, explain G.H. Mead's idea of development of self through a generalized others. Now Mead is the pioneer of symbolic interactionalism, inspired by the pragmatic school. Mead believed that there is one thing called self in us. And what is self? Self is in a way your personality. In a way your personality. In me, there are two people actually. One is that natural me, biological me, and then I have learned things from society. Isn't that society is always with me in the back of my mind? So when I'm doing anything, there's dialogue between the two. That is what he called mind. And this is called as I versus me. I is biological inside you, me is society inside me. So when I'm, आप अपने आप से कैसे बात करते हो? If you watch carefully, Sunil, this shirt is looking good. Nice, Sunil, you're a teacher, you should not wear this. Me is talking, stopping me. I is saying, I should wear it. As a conclusion of these two, my personality is coming out. This is called self. Self is that ability to treat yourself as actor also and as a subject also. आप अपने आप को ऐसे नहीं करो जैसे कोई और आपको ऑब्जर्व कर रहा हो. अपने आप को ये पैसे ऑब्जर्व करते हो जैसे कोई और ऑब्जर्व कर रहा हो जब शीशे में आप देख रहे हो तो. दैट्स व्हाई कूली कॉल इट लुकिंग ग्लास सेल्फ. So according to Mead, the self is something which evolves in two stages. One is called play stage and the other is called game stage. Play stage is where you try to understand these society symbols and all, that how you should behave. In the play stage, the reference point is called significant others. So अब कभी छोटे बच्चों को देखिए कैसे सीख रहा होता है चीजों को. A for apple. आप उससे बोलो A for airplane, नहीं, A for apple, apple वाला है. That is significant other. So for that small kid, mama means mama, सबकी मम्मा वही है फिर. उससे पूछो किस क्लास में पढ़ते हो? फर्स्ट A. अच्छा फर्स्ट में नहीं, फर्स्ट A. That class is everything. But gradually he evolves with various examples and all, and then understand that class is the place where people can learn. This is called generalized others. तो क्वेश्चन तो एक तरह से हेल्प भी कर दी बता के जनरलाइज अदर्स. सीधे सीधे पूछा तो डेवलपमेंट ऑफ सेल्फ तो शायद थोड़ा फिर भी इंटरेस्टिंग रहता. सो यू हैव टू से दैट हाउ मीट्स आइडिया इन हिज बुक माइंड सेल्फ. अच्छा, मीड ने खुद किताब नहीं लिखी थी. इट वाज मीड स्टूडेंट हु रोट दैट बुक. Mead never wrote anything. It was a student who compiled those work in the book called Mind, Self and Society, where they highlighted that how self emerged in two stages called play stage and game stage. The I in us is he called savage self, and me in us he called social self, and the interaction between the two makes self, and that's why self keep on oscillating. Sometimes आप थोड़ा I हो जाते हो, sometimes थोड़ा आप me हो जाते हो, sometimes more conformist, sometimes more deviant, and keep on moving that way. So this is how he says play stage, game stage, and how the personalities or the self develops. So first we will talk about what is symbolic interactionism, what is contribution of G.H. Mead, what is according to Mead self is, then how this self evolves in two stages, play stage and game stage, the significant others and generalized others, and that's how it is something which is dynamic, an ongoing interaction between the savage self and the social self, or I and me. I and me पहले भी पूछ चुके हैं वो syllabus में. They have asked in the previous year, so I think this question is also a repeat, because they have already asked I and me. They have already asked how self is useful to create gender identity, and so. So this is how we got when we say meets idea of mind, self, and society. So this is how you should answer. Now this question is, describe the differing principles of work organization in feudal and capitalist societies. Differing principle of work organization in feudal and capitalist societies. Now again, this is straightforward. Syllabus जरा देखिए क्या? Social organization of work in different types of societies: slave, feudal, industrial, capitalist society, right? So आपसे उम्मीद की जाती है कि आप ये तो सीधे सीधे था, straightforward. There are certain parameters on which you differentiate. Ancient society, feudal society, capitalist society, industrial society, क्या क्या differences हैं? You determine on certain parameters. First parameter is what kind of authority structure is there. Second parameter is whether surplus is there or not. Third parameter is what kind of innovation and technological advancement is there. Fourth parameter is that whether social mobility is allowed or not, open or closed model. Open or closed model. Fifth parameter is that what is the scope of automation and conflict. So ये 5 पैरामीटर में यू कंपेयर, इट्स डायरेक्ट फ्रॉम द नोट्स इन दैट वे कि आपके पास ये 5 पैरामीटर होने चाहिए. ऑन दैट यू कंपेयर द फ्यूडल एंड capitalist societies. So in feudal societies, the structure is what? Land ownership is with the feudal lords, in the feudal lords, and by and large slaves are working on the land with the tenancy rights. However, in feudal you have to mention it, unlike feudal, in Asiatic modes of production, land is something which is given the tenancy right on collective basis. Then surplus is there, limited surplus is there, and that's why the activities are called putting out system. Putting out is barter. Whatever extra you have, you exchange with others. So putting out system is there. Social mobility is limited. Geographical mobility is limited. Role of innovation is not very high. While in the in such questions, you make simple chart that how societies in feudal were characterized by this, how society. अच्छा, इससे पहले उन्होंने चारों का कंपैरिजन पूछा एक बार कि all the 4, तो आप 4 चार्ट बनाओगे. यहाँ पे you have to make 2 of them. So you have to identify that how the what are the differing principles. So principles should be in terms of ownership, in terms of authority, in terms of surplus, in terms of innovation, in terms of social mobility and inequality, and these kind of things. In terms of religion, इसको कैसे याद रखेंगे? Especially as I told you, the purpose of this discussion is also to help you for future references. You just do one thing. Think of all your chapters. Forget about chapter 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, what kind of inequality is there? What kind of authority structure is there? What kind of religion is there? What kind of kinship structure is there? What kind of change, automation and such things are allowed or not? This way you can identify that what are the features. So this way you can compare the feudal society and the capitalist society. Please, there's a difference between being capitalist and being industrialist. Both are not one the same thing. Allow me to say, Ratan Tata was industrialist, Mukesh Ambani is capitalist. There's a difference between the two. They're not one of the same thing. Nehru was favoring industrialization but not favoring capitalism. People often get confused as if they are one of the same thing. Nehru supported industrialization but did not support capitalism. So don't get confused into the two, that industrialization and capitalism is one of the same thing. So this is how, when we talk about what are the differing principles in the feudal societies and capitalist societies. I hope making sense? Straightforward question, already repeated. That's why in the beginning I said the question is doable. Mostly they are doable. Especially the compulsory questions. There was nothing in the compulsory question which was bothering. Then how is power different from authority? Discuss various types of authority as theorized by Max Weber. Several times it has been asked in your previous year question paper. So you have to say what is power. You have to say what is authority. So Weber was one who wrote a lot about power. According to Weber, power is a chance through communal actions, collective action. His communal is collective. So power is a chance through communal action in order to realize your own will, even against the resistance of others. And power could be legitimate, illegitimate, it could be direct, indirect, it could be overt, covert. This is how you say. Raven has talked about 5 types of power. That power could be pluralistic, power could be referent power, power could be direct, power could be indirect. So you have to first talk about what is power. You have just 150 words. So first define what is power. According to Weber, the power could be illegitimate or legitimate. Legitimate power are called authorities. And Weber highlighted 3 types of authorities. What are the 3 types? Traditional authorities, charismatic authorities, and rational legal authorities. Traditional authorities in India, the best example is age-based authority called gerontocracy. So gerontocracy, geron is age-based. Gerontocracy is very good example of traditional, or patriarchy. Patriarchy are very good examples of what you can say a traditional authority. Then you can say that what are the examples of charismatic authority? Charismatic authorities are those where out of charisma. So Martin Luther King, Gandhi, these are examples of charismatic authority, and it remains as long as the crisis is there. And once the crisis is gone, it gets routinized, what you call as routinization of charisma. Routinization of charisma has been asked also in your examination. So this question is sheer repeat. हाँ, एक चीज उन्होंने जरूर किया है पिछले 2-3 सालों से. Those questions which were decorated as big length question, they have reduced and cut it short. That can you say in few words or not? So then we have what is called rational legal authority, and he found bureaucracy to be the best example of rational legal authority, which is based on law, and the authority is rationally chosen. So that's how you have to talk about that, how it is, and how these kind of authorities has emerged. In this question, I don't think there is any scope of critical evaluation, because they say discuss the various types of authority as theorized by. तो बहुत ज़्यादा स्कोप नहीं है कि आप इसमें critical evaluation करें, and वैसे भी you have 150 words. But to conclude, you can say that the Weber's idea of authority was questioned by Ralph Dahrendorf and others. Ralph Dahrendorf has questioned this, Louis Kozer has questioned it. That is, you can highlight, but not required much.
A strong hold over current affairs is your way to succeed in the UPSC Civil Services examination. Brace yourself and get detailed coverage of relevant news both nationally and internationally. With the monthly current affairs revision program starting from 26th October at 5 p.m. Enroll today and elevate your current affairs knowledge with comprehensive coverage of current affairs compiled through relevant sources such as the Hindu Indian Express, Economic Times, PIB Yojana, and others. Expert support and personalized mentoring. Comprehensive assessment through MCQs and mains-oriented questions.
So this is how we got when we talk about Weber's idea. Now, critically examine the role of science and technology in social change. What is your opinion on their increasing trend in online education and teaching? And mind it, just 150 words. So you have nothing much to say. There's a theory. There are rather 2-3 theories. I'm mentioning it. आप इसमें से कोई भी use कर सकते थे. L.T. Hobhouse was the first who talked about technological determinism. That technology changes the world. And most of the change we witness is because of technology. So L.T. Hobhouse was the first to talk about it. Then similarly, McIver used a term called technological lag. Technological lag leading towards change. What is technological lag? When a new technology is coming, a new technology is there, and those who are not using it, there will be a lag. अब जैसे ऑनलाइन सिस्टम आ गया एजुकेशन का, दोज हु आर स्टिल रेसिस्टेंट टू इट, कितना बढ़िया. देखिए मोस्ट ऑफ देम आर लिसनिंग ऑनलाइन. नो, आपको वहां से आने की जरूरत नहीं. वेर यू आर सिटिंग, यू कैन यूज, मे बी यू आर वॉकिंग समवेयर, यू आर गोइंग समवेयर, यू कैन लिसन टू इट. इफ आई एम रेसिस्टिंग, नहीं ये सब तो बेकार चीजें हैं, सब बेकार है, बच्चे खराब हो जा रहे हैं. लुक, आई एम विटनेसिंग विथ व्हाट इज कॉल्ड टेक्नोलॉजी लैग. टेक्नोलॉजी लैग. In order to compensate this, या तो I will disappear or I will change myself. Society get changed. So this is called McIver's technological lag theory. And L.T. Hobhouse said it is technology. L.T. Hobhouse was the man who said ki how horsepower, automation, industrialization has changed the world. So this way, he was the first to call as technological determinism. So technological determinism is the theory of L.T. Hobhouse. McIver has said, and even Parsons also said this way. Parsons' theory of social change is called cybernetic control. Cybernetic control, where he found one term called evolutionary universals. And he said that technology is kind of universally evolutionary universal. Like when we got internet, the world got changed forever. When we got mobile, social media, the world got changed. Next change probably is AI. The world is going to be fairly changed. अभी metaverses शुरू तो होने दीजिए. We are in the beginning phase of metaverses. अभी तो metaverses में कितने सुनील बनेंगे, God knows. अभी तो it is just the beginning. एक बार metaverses को real sense में आने तो दीजिए. There may be several Sunils taking classes at several places in future. This is what future is going to be. You know, and so I've been doing metaverses. And the worst part, I don't know whether it's a good example, but the flip side of the metaverses is more visible. We got first case of visual rape reported also. So that have already started. So considering all these things, so meta is the future. Technology can change us a lot. It can change us a lot. So they are saying critically examine the role of science and technology. So you have to say some names, L.T. Hobhouse, Parsons, or McIver, whatever name, one or two. You can highlight that how we got what is called technology, which could be driver of social change. Even Merton has also highlighted. Merton to yahan tak kehte hain ki more than 90% of the changes which you are witnessing in contemporary times is because of technology. So this way we got, but then they are asking, ab ye acha hai ki they are first saying that what is role, and then you can say what is your opinion on the increasing trend. तो मुझे सवाल का जवाब देना था, चूंकि second part का, I would have preferred McIver's theory of technological lag. That online education and teaching has created a technological lag. Some of them are benefited out of it, but a larger section is still not benefited because of lack of infrastructure. Lack of infrastructure. So can you say that infrastructure is not there globally? Internet users are, I told you, just 15-20% is the reason why a sizable population is still what you call digital divide. Sizable population is still in a way left out. So we need to identify digital infrastructure. This is where the significance of DPI is. Digital public infrastructure could be the game changers now. So you have to say that obviously the online teaching and education is creating a kind of technological lag, but could be, trust me, if you want to reach to the poorest of the poor with quality education, answer is only online. It can never be offline. It can never be offline, and that's why you can give example in Indian context like e-vidya and all. Abhi e-vidya aane to jiye theek se. Now it's showing its result. E-vidya as of now is in for class 1 to 12th. Now this year they've introduced for NEET examination. So we will wait in 1 to 3 years that what is the outcome of e-vidya. Then maybe it might be further promoted towards UPSC, another kind of examination. So the quality videos will be kept at one place in the public policy domain, and it will be made available with the help of digital public infrastructure. That's why DPI data is priority. We call it India Stake. अगर आप न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ो तो आपको टर्म खूब दिख रहा होगा आजकल, इंडिया स्टैक. That is get digital public data, DPI. DPI they have already asked in your GS, I guess. So digital public infrastructure. So digital public infrastructure is once empowered, we can make sure that online technology is something which is useful. But as of now, we are witnessing that technological lag. That's why various, we have mixed opinions. Some people believe it is for the good and some people are skeptical about it. So आपको पहले बताना होगा what is technological determinism theory of McIver, the L.T. Hobhouse, whatever name you can recall. Then you have to say that how online education is nothing but a new kind of technological adaptation in the education and learning, which is still suffering because of digital divide. Digital public infrastructure can provide solution to all these things. And this technological lag. So the contemporary society is characterized by a technological lag in online learning processes is the reason why some of them are hopeful and some of them are skeptical about it. So प्रथम की रिपोर्ट भी कह रही है कि बहुत सारे बच्चों के पास स्मार्टफोन नहीं था, that's why they could not access education in COVID. Now you are a new generation, needless to say, whether you like or dislike, whether we like or dislike, we can't say that get back to the classrooms without mobile phones and no social media and so and so. We have to accommodate with it. These are irreversible changes. अब आप मोबाइल को से दुनिया में से गायब तो नहीं कर सकते. You can't delete social media from the world. So these are irreversible changes, and if you really want to compensate with these irreversible changes, you have to incorporate these things. So yes, your approach as a sociology student should be positive side, that online education can actually bridge that gap of quality education and the access to the education. So this way we can say that how the question was, again, you have 150 words, so use your words carefully. So you have to say first what is determinism, how this online education is creating technological lag, lack of infrastructure is creating digital divide, and how this could be compensated. Digital divide, you know who said it? Manuel Castell. So Manuel Castell's idea of digital divide should be used here. Next question is, underline the role of social media in contemporary social movement and describe its challenges. ये क्वेश्चन कुछ वही है जो हमने डिजिटल इथनोग्राफी में चेक किया था, isn't it? Remember digital ethnography, I just told you in the, so almost similar attitude you have to follow. Social media, whether it could be used in social movement or not. What is social movement and what are the prerequisites of social movement? Now for social movement, Ghanshyam Shah written wonderful in the global scenario अगर हम बात करें. So what are the prerequisites of, आपके syllabus में सीधे सीधे topic है social movement. So what are the prerequisites of social movement? Prerequisites is that there should be certain amount of dissatisfaction and changing aspirations. देखिए कोई भी movement तब शुरू होता है when you think that you can bring that change. Remember Barack Obama? Yes, we can, we will. उसके बाद लोगों ने उसका मजाक बना के रख दिया स्टेटमेंट का, we can, we will. अब आजकल हर मोटिवेटर्स बोल रहे हैं इस चीज को, but Barack Obama was very right. Audacity of hope, where he said that we can bring that change. Even Reagan also came with that idea. So first and foremost important for social movement is that there are either dissatisfaction, you are disgruntled, unhappy with certain things, or there are aspirations that this thing should change. जरूरी नहीं कि social movement हमेशा खराब चीजों पे होते हैं. Social movement may happen even in a well-delivering system with the changing reference groups, says Merton. So social movement might take place there has to be certain amount of dissatisfaction or certain amount of aspiration. That's one part. Second part is there has to be proper leadership and organization. Leadership is also needed. Social movement cannot, that's why there's a difference between protest and social movement. Protest doesn't require leadership per se, but social movement require leadership. So for social movement you require leadership, while protest might not require leadership. People can come together and protest, but social movement need leadership. Leadership along with the organizational skills, and may or may not have an ideology. But there must be proper communication channels between stakeholders. Now these are the prerequisites of social movement. For any social movement, these things are prerequisites. Even Ghanshyam Shah in his book Social Movement and the State has said this. So social movement के लिए ये चीजें चाहिए होती हैं. Smilsel has talked about it, Merton has talked about it. So social movement फिर कब आता है? जब ये चीजें facilitate होती हैं. अब question बहुत आसान हो जाता है फिर. What is the social media's role? Where social media can work? First and foremost important, social media could be useful for effective communication between the individuals, and that too is a large scale. So jitne bhi social movement हुए, don't you think they got impetus with the help of social media? Kisan Andolan, we got the farmers protest which prolonged almost for 13-14 months, was well backed with the social media. Social media support was there. So social media could be very useful for what? For communication purposes. For very communication purposes, communication between whom? The leaders and other stakeholders. It also can ensure that whatever ideology is, it also can create constructive dialogues between the members and can give shape to the ideas effectively. So social media could be used in terms of what is called, so you have to first say what are social movements, because 20 marker hai, so you have scope for writing social movement now. What Ghanshyam Shah said, what are social movements, types of social movements. एक term होता है neo social movement. Neo social movement means those social movements which are after 1960s, like environment movement, LGBTQ movement, let's say human rights movement. These kind of movements are called neo social movements. Most of the neo social movements are now using social media. Social media for what? So that there could be effective communication between leaders and stakeholders, so that organization setup could be managed better, so that the opinions can be taken quickly. Opinions can be taken quickly. Even now, opinions are being used with the help of social movement. अब सोचिए गांधी जी, I really wonder what if Gandhi was having social media. Would have been very dangerous. Even without social media, he did these kind of things. I'm not kidding. Had it been in social media time, would have been way more dangerous than what you can think. He could have taken quick opinions, कि हाँ क्या करना है, and that kind of thing. So social media is very useful in terms of developing consensus, that what should be done, how many people are saying this way, how many people are showing other way, and this way giving legitimacy to the social movement. So developing consensus, better organization, better communication, these are the roles of social media. But then there are challenges also. In fact, what are the challenges? Biggest challenges, it could be misused for propaganda setting. In fact, Barack Obama and Prince Charles recently has requested, not that recently, it has been quite a while now, they requested to the world leaders that please don't use social media for propaganda politics. What is propaganda politics? Where a false information has been portrayed in such a way so that its outcomes are real. So propaganda is when any agenda which is not an agenda actually, but has been made that way. There are various examples of such false allegations on individuals, and this way they channelize or mobilize people. There are several examples of it. Propaganda politics is very common these days. Many of the political leaders are using this tool worldwide. Look, Donald Trump, obviously, अपने वाले का example कभी मत दीजिएगा घर पे. You are not supposed to give your own native examples. But Donald Trump is an example. We have witnessed in the recent past that how Putin could be referred to. Donald Trump is a very good example that how propaganda politics. Now, so there is a theory, God knows who shot the fellow. People are now having some pinch of salt on that too. Propaganda politics can be very visibly seen what Netanyahu did. Because now there are evidences that how the funding was established to Hamas at one point of time. So there are several things which are clearly that with the help of social media, they can shape your mindsets. They are not only soliciting you, they are not only taking your opinions, they can shape your mindset, they can alter your mindset in terms of right and wrong. They can do alteration in terms of, the heroes and villains are made on social media with the propaganda. So this way, propaganda politics is something which could be very misleading to the objective of social movement, and the social movement are often hijacked than serving the purpose because of social media. So if you remember, various social media has been, people are coming to protest against something, and suddenly that has been hijacked for the political reason, for the political mileages. This is global phenomena. Not only India, worldwide we are witnessing these things. That set of people came to oppose something or to demand something, and that has been hijacked for the political mileages. So, restless movement could be an example in the recent past in India also. That this way, when it comes to social movement, there are challenges of social media, because social media might lead to what is called propaganda politics. It may lead to propaganda politics, and it also might lead to false persuasion. So there are cases now the line of right and wrong is getting blurred. This is called Gabulian truth. What is Gabulian truth? That's lie untrue, lie anything with conviction, and people will start believing this is right. So if you see any lie 1,000 times, next time it is accepted to be right. It is considered to be right, and then its consequences are real. Its consequences are real. And that is how social media could be dangerous in terms of, again, this is the beauty of Orlumbus. Orlumbus has talked, there's a chapter called The Role of Media. And this is the new emerging field in sociological research. That's why not a surprise. I'm sure the paper setter must have been a young sociologist, maybe of our age group. That's why these kind of question are not classical question. Classical question has been reduced. He has given respect to the classical thinkers, but in short, he's trying to figure out whether you can update yourself or not. Because as told in the beginning, unfortunately, this in the preparation, these things has been reduced to only conventional discussions. So if you see this way, we got what is called the role of social media in contemporary social movement. So on one side, you have to talk about that how we got what is social movement. Maybe you can refer to Ghanshyam Shah, you can refer to Smilcher, Merton. Then you can talk about that what are the features of social movement. Then you have to talk about how social media could be useful, and then you have to talk about limitation, especially in terms of propaganda politics and derailing the agenda. So that is how we got when we talk about radicalization. Don't you think that most of the radicalization we are witnessing through social media these days? So that is something which could happen. So you have to answer that thing. Now this question was something which I must say was a bouncer. एक आध bouncer तो सभी को allowed है. So एक bouncer तो होना चाहिए. This was bouncer in a way because इस syllabus में as it is कहीं नहीं mentioned है. The closest topic could be pluralism, but that is religious pluralism in your syllabus. They have asked multicultural society. Multicultural society, how does, but, and that's why I often say, ki, get your fundamentals right. Indian society, class 12th NCERT has talked about this. That how India is a multicultural society having ethnic, linguistic, and other such like diversity, yet unity in diversity. So that has been said there. So अगर आपने NCERT ठीक से पढ़ा होता तो भी शायद आपको एक lead मिल जाती. The question has come from where? But as syllabus is concerned, the closest topic could be in syllabus was religious pluralism, as we have topic. But to answer this, you have to take shelter into Durkheim's explanation of low division of labor and societies with high division of labor. Now what exactly it is? How does a multicultural society accommodates diversity of all kind? Ethnic, linguistic, religious. India के बारे में कहा जाता है, India is a classical example of being a multicultural society, having all types of, think of any ethnic diversity that is there in India. Even Madan and Majumdar, they said, Madan and Majumdar said, India is museum of all races. They're anthropologists. They said India is museum of all races. Take any race on this earth that is there in India. So we have Negritos, we have Protostrolites, we have Western Brachycephalus, we have Alpinites, Dinarics, all of them. So there are 6 major categories of races according to Guha. Guha's classification is 6 major races are there. So what do you call the Protostrolites, the Negritos, the Mediterraneans, then what is called the Mongolites. So wo sab, all the 6 types are found in India. So जितने भी 6 तरीके के हो सकते हैं पूरी दुनिया में, all of them are found in India. So we got Negritos in India also, we got Protostrolites also, we got what you can say Mediterraneans also, we got, and Mongolites of both type, Tibeto-Mongolites also and Paleo-Mongolites also. Mediterranean of all the 3 type, Oriental type, Paleo-Mediterranean and Mediterranean type. We have Western Brachycephalus, we have Nordic. So these 6 are the types. I'm not writing it, I hope you have heard it of, if you say, I'll repeat it again, that first is called Protostrolite, what you find in Nagpur, Chota Nagpur Plateau and so on. Protostrolite, then we have what is called Negritos, then we have Mongolites, especially in northeast and Bengal, and then Tibeto-Mongolites, then we have Mediterraneans, then we have what is called Western Brachycephalus, and then we have Nordic. These are 6 races as Guha's classification is there. Nadeem Hasnan, Madan Majumdar, they all had believed, they're anthropologists, that India is museum of all races. All these races are found in India. Look at linguistic diversity. Across the globe, 5 major language families are found. All are there in India. All are there in India. All 5 major linguistic diversities. So we have Austro-Asiatic languages, we have Indo-Persian languages, we have Dravidian languages, we have what is called Tibeto-Burman languages, and we have Onjas. These are 5 major language families. All the 5 are here in India. Religion, think of any religion that is there in India. All the religion on this earth are found in India. So we have Hinduism, we have Islam, we have Christianity, we have Buddhism, we have Sikhism, we have Parsis, other minorities, even atheists also. Census में हम count करते हैं, even how many of them religion not stated. They are 0.02% of the population. Sizable enough. कुछ तो दिल्ली में ही होंगे. So 0.02% they don't believe in God. They don't believe in God. Religion not stated is another column we have. So if you see the data, clearly indicates that all these diversities are coexisting in India. How? Durkheim provides an answer. Durkheim says societies could be of 2 types, societies with low division of labor and societies with high division of labor. Societies with the high division of labor are not having solidarity because of alikeness. This is solidarity because of interdependence. This is called as organic solidarity. Now that theory can be, that's why I deliberately mentioned it, is an application of Durkheim's theory. हालांकि I was in toss कि मैं इसको कौन से topic में बताऊं students को, because the closest topic was religious pluralism. But the question was not only religious, it was more than that. So you have to say that how ethnic, linguistic and religious plurality is something which is there, and how in India, that's why before India, many people believed that such a diverse country cannot survive. Even in 1948, many of the writers across the globe has written, India as a country will not survive for more than 20-30 years, the kind of diversity it has. Even those from Moscow, not looking at themselves, what is going to happen to them. They were also saying India will not survive. Look, they got divided and fighting from past 3 years. Fighting from past 3 years, and we are marching on. What was there? Unity. And unity was possible because of what? Organic solidarity. We did not try to change each other. We tried to accommodate each other. A multicultural society tries to accommodate diversity. So what is multicultural society? Where we are not having only tolerance to the diversity, but we also accommodate and get inspired by each other. So in northern India, you can say that when it comes to southern part of India, when it comes to northern part of India, we are learning from each other. Language is something is still there, different languages are there, but we are learning. And that's why I often believe Kolaveri D, the way it became a national anthem at one point of time. It was almost national anthem, said in every language in India. These are examples clearly indicating that how we are having accommodation towards diversity. We don't want to change each other. We don't want to change each other, but we are learning from each other with a mutual respect. This is called multiculturalism. So multiculturalism is where diversities are accepted, and that's why there are 2 things required for multiculturalism, says Wai Singh. One is that there should be unity in diversity and there should be unity for diversity. That let's accept this diversity. Don't try to change each other. The moment I'm trying to change you, this conflict will come. The moment I say, okay, fine, you remain your way, I remain my way, and we can borrow from each other. What's wrong? Once in a while, a northern Indian is eating upma, and in fact, you can see these kind of things now. In Karol Bagh, go outside, more of the southern corner you might figure out, and why not? And the vice versa. And the vice versa too. So this way, when it comes to how does a multicultural society accommodate diversity, इसीलिए चूंकि how does पूछा है, that's why I said it is a theory of Durkheim. How is अगर पूछा होता सिर्फ कि what are the features of it, then I said it was religious pluralism. So you have to say in any society which is diverse through organic solidarity. And what is organic solidarity? In organic solidarity, various individuals and communities are not similar, they are not identical, they are not alike, but they have mutual respect with the feeling of interdependence. With the feeling of interdependence, and this is how, and the laws has to be very, you can say, restitutive here, based on natural justice. Then only these kind of societies can exist. So, and what are the challenges? Needless to say, challenges is that if anyone is trying to impose dominance on others, so look, and I often give this example, though it's not my own example, it happens to one of my teachers from JNU days. He used to say ki it's like that, think of a thali, any thali, North Indian, South Indian, whatever, thali. There is one achar, huge rice, huge amount of lentil, big amount of rice and chapati, a little of achar, and if rice tries to eat achar, there will be conflict. But if rice respect achar's existence, irrespective of being smaller in size, the beauty of thali will remain. So I found this example still very relevant, that in any multicultural society, one should not have, ab ye aapke religion mein hai, in your syllabus we have, in religion there's a problem called tyranny of majoritism. Siddiqui has talked about it. What is tyranny of majoritism? That those who are in majority often confuse that they have authority to tell what minority should do. That is not the right approach. This is called tyranny of majoritism. So, agar kahin bhi, look, this is what happened in Najis. Those who are majority, Najis, started telling what Jews should do. Unki banai problem aaj tak hum jhel rahe. Israel is somehow related to Hitler. Had not been the Hitler, had not been that demand of a separate country, then Israel as a nation is very new. Who created this? Dates back to Hitler. Agar utni atrocity nahi hui to ye nahi halat hoti. I hope I'm making some sense. And that's why it is very important to understand in any such society, it is very, that's why a wonderful application of religious pluralism or Durkheim. Chunki inhone pucha, how does a multicultural society accommodates? The answer is by promoting organic solidarity. What is organic solidarity? Which is based on interdependence and acceptance of diversity, that we are different. They don't try to be like each other. It is because of mutual interdependence. And then there is mutual respect for each other. And what could be the challenge if anyone is trying to impose? Understand this point. If you are powerful and I'm powerless, and if I think by your power increasing, you will eat me up, I will join hand with your enemies to make you weaker. And if you're powerful and I'm powerless, and I think under your support, I will be growing and my own identity will remain, I will join you. Not a surprise, in 1950s, even Nepal wanted to join India. Nepal wanted to be part of India. Pata nahi aapko malum hai ki nahi. Nepal requested India ki make us also a state in your country, because they knew that they will be protected. And the moment you did a few mistakes, look, Annadurai came up, Dravidian Kadagam, Khalistan came up, MNF came up, even you can say Bodo and Gorkha, Ulfa and Sulfa in Assam. These are examples that how diversity depends on what? Mutual respect for each other. Up 20 marks mein hai, you have to first talk about what are, but I somehow feel ki the question was trying to identify more on application of it. So you have to say that what is multicultural society? What is multiculturalism? Multiculturalism has been explained by various thinkers. So you can name any of them. What is multiculturalism? Even the best writing of multiculturalism is by Harvey Cox. Harvey Cox in The Sacred City. What is multiculturalism? McIonis has also talked about it. So McIonis, Harvey Cox, whatever name you have read. So McIonis, what is multiculturalism? How multiculturalism in India could be, like India is an example that how we have ethnic diversity, in bracket these are, linguistic diversity, in bracket these are, religious diversity, in bracket these are, if you could recall. And then how it is the respect mutual respect for each other, and acceptance of interdependence by promoting organic solidarity. यहाँ पे थोड़ा डरखीम की आप बात करेंगे, how Durkheim found that societies with low division of labor have different kind of solidarity, which is because of alikeness, and society with high division of labor are characterized by different kind of solidarity, which is because of mutual interdependence and acceptance of differences. And this is how, and what are the challenges? Challenges could be whenever anyone is trying to impose a likeness. जिस दिन आपने कोशिश की कि नॉर्थ इंडिया के जैसा साउथ इंडिया बन जाए, या नॉर्थ ईस्ट नॉर्थ इंडिया के जैसा हो जाए, the moment you are starting it, you will say that secessionist tendency has come. So this is what you have to identify in this question. More a kind of application. इसको मैं कहूँगा कि इस पेपर का बाउंसर था ये उस एग्जामिनेशन हॉल में. यहाँ तो ठीक है, अब जिसने पढ़ा होगा ठीक से सिलेबस को उसको तो दिक्कत नहीं है, लेकिन some students might have found difficulty कि इसको आंसर कैसे करना है. But the solution is there in, even there's a book called Indian Society by S.C. Dubey. The first chapter of that talks about this. The first chapter of that, in Making of Indian Society, talks about this, that how India is a multicultural society having these elements and unity into it. So, but that chapter is wonderful to read. Strongly recommended for those students of sociology, or even for GS paper 1, that chapter, that the Making Society, which says that how Indian society has evolved from that book S.C. Dubey. So good question that way. Now next is again straightforward, discuss the concept of animism and differentiate it from naturism. You have to say in 10 marks, discuss the concept of anima. Anima was the concept popularized by Sir E.B. Tylor. It was E.B. Tylor who popularized the concept of anima. Anima is worshipping the soul of ancestors. And he studied various tribal groups. Even in your Indus Valley civilization also, we got anima worshipping. So they worship the ancestor with this hope that ancestor souls are around, and if they are happy, they bestow happiness, and if they are angry, this is where disease and other kind of problems are coming. So they started worshipping their soul, the soul of the ancestors, and there are evidences of it. Even he himself gave the example of that how we got double burial system. अगर आप इंडस वैली में देखें तो we have double burial system, that they first bury the dead body, and then after 13-14 days they finally bury the body. So this is called, अगर हम traditional language की बात करें तो it is called topam jantopam in various tribal groups in India. So double burial system itself is an example clearly indicating that anima worshipping, even today, anima worshipping is found across the tribal groups in Oceania, tribal groups of Australia, tribal groups in India. They are worshipping ancestors. Abhi bhi Pitrapaksh khatam hua. This is nothing but a cultural survival of animism. Pitrapaksh is still in main Hindu society. They worship the ancestor soul. Clearly, there is one term called cultural survival. Cultural survival means ruin of any existing culture. That is called cultural survival. So it's like your fossils. Remember fossils, ruin of the early animals. So cultural survivals are examples. So Sir E.B. Tylor has talked about what is animism, and he believed it was probably because they could not comprehend certain questions. According to Tylor, animism आया कहाँ से? He said that imagine that somebody passed away. Somebody passed away, and I am dreaming of that fellow. I opened my eyes, the fellow is not there. I got surprised from where that fellow has come, and where he gone. अभी तो सपने में आए थे, कहाँ चले गए? Or even I'm thinking, I'm standing here, I thought of Connaught Place, and I'm there in Connaught Place. वो क्या है जो Connaught Place चला गया? And this way he found, E.B. Tylor said that many of the tribal communities found that perhaps there are two things in our body. Something which can move freely on and off, and something which remains in the body. Something which can move freely on and off remains around. And after death, that is finally liberated and stays around us. That's how worshipping that soul, because that is more powerful. Worshipping that soul could bestow happiness. That's how animism emerged. On the contrary, we have naturism. Naturism is worshipping the natural forces. This was given by Max Muller. Max Muller, in his book Comparative Mythology, highlighted that the first form of religion was naturism. सीधे syllabus में देखिए, animism, monoism, pluralism, sect, cult, syllabus में लिखा हुआ आपके. Naturalism is worshipping the nature. So Max Muller in his book Comparative, Max Muller, you know, German Indologist, in his book Comparative Mythology highlighted the first form of worshipping was naturism, where we started worshipping the nature. According to Max Muller, when we cannot understand these natural phenomena, that why it rains, why thunders, why cold, why summer, what we did, we gave them divine status. We gave them divine status, like God for rain, or goddess for rain, God for fire, goddess for fire, depending upon societies. That's how we got so many gods. That is what we call polytheistic approach came up. So this way, the first form of religion was worshipping nature, says Max Muller. So what is the difference? The key difference is that one focuses on worshipping the ancestors, and second focuses on worshipping the nature. Nature led to what is called polytheism, and from polytheism we gradually move towards one God concept, monotheism, and that's why naturism is considered to be prototype of current religion. जो आज हमारा religion है ना, concept of one God is something which is the prototype of that, says Max Muller. So animism is worshipping the soul of ancestors, and naturalism is what you can say worshipping the nature forces, said by Max Muller. This was highlighted by, animism was highlighted by what you can say Sir E.B. Tyler. And so obviously, as you have 10 marks, in say 15, 60 words, you should talk about animism, how it has emerged, what are the key features, and then naturalism and what are the key features. And differentiate it, so you have to say that how animism is worshipping the ancestors, while naturism is worshipping the natural forces around us, not the ancestors. So they find that all these things are happening because of the natural forces around us. So that's how we got naturism. Now, next question is, let's go quickly on it because of चीजें थोड़ी repetitive से लग रही. Do modernization and secularization necessarily go together? Again, this is directly from your syllabus when we have secularization, religious revivalism, fundamentalism in that. Secularization is the process. There's a difference between secularism and secularization. Don't get confused, they are one. Secularism is that approach. Secularization is the process where in day-to-day life, we are going away from religious belief system. So earlier we had religious belief system in everything. And now that before going outside, I should take bath, I should do this. If I will do this kind of thing, I will be rewarded in heaven, I will be punished in hell. Now you don't think this way. Now you think police wala is there or not. Not heaven and hell. This is secularization. So secularization is the process by which day-to-day life is going away from religious belief. On the contrary, secularism is that political, socio-political belief where the state or the collectivity is no more guided by religious doctrine. So these are two different things. What is modernity? Modernity is again reflexivity and rationalization. When your approach is scientific, when your approach is reflective. So is it necessary that both should go hand in hand? Apparently yes, but not a necessary precondition. For secularization to happen, it is not a necessary precondition that there should be modernity. So modernization and secularization necessarily go together? No. You can say mostly modernization facilitate the ground for secularization and the vice versa. If one happens, other will happen. So the moment you got secularization, reflexivity will come. The moment you got reflexivity, secularization will start. So modernization and secularization are mutually reinforcing. Promotion of one will lead to the promotion of other, but that is not a natural necessary precondition. All the time, every time in order to have secularization or modernization, you can't say that we need each other. There are other ways also. Like if you see in Iran, modernity took place but not secularization. It's a very good example. In Iran, we have modernity but not secularization that way. They are still having what is called Islamic belief in day-to-day life. So not necessarily they go hand in hand. There are certain examples across the globe where modernization has happened, but secularization has not taken place. Still, day-to-day life is guided by religious doctrines, religious ethos. So you have to identify what is modernization, tenets of modernization. Generally, we say 3-4 tenets of modernization, that is reflexivity, rationalization, calculability, and scientific temperament. What is secularization? Secularization is something that is when we got, you can say, demystification of God, changing outlook in day-to-day social life. These are the features of secularization. And they are mutually reinforcing. That you have to highlight, that how they are mutually reinforcing to each other, they help each other, but then you have to conclude that it is not a necessary condition. This has wonderfully written, agar aap dekhen, by McInnes. McInnes has written an article with this, that modernity and secularism, that how they are correlated and how they are not. So it seems that, for this there could be wonderful source called Contemporary Sociology, Francis Ibrahim. So Francis Ibrahim book, Contemporary Sociology, highlights about these things. So that's how you can refer to. Now, next question, how do you understand the phenomenon of mushrooming of sect and cult in contemporary society? Discuss the factor responsible for the trend. Again, straightforward question here, because in your syllabus they have cult, sect, and religious revivalism. Now, in general, for religion, I must say, if you ask me, if you could arrange, especially those who are looking further, that book of Francis Ibrahim, Contemporary Sociology, is a wonderful book. Religion chapter is wonderfully written there. Religion is two different things. Religion is different at individual level, and religion is different at societal level. Don't get confused into one. At individual level, religion is going to stay. There are fellows like Peter Berger, then we have, you can say, Alfred Schut. These people, Clifford Gertz, these people, these three names have highlighted that at individual level, ये तीनों की theory वहाँ पे दी हुई है Francis Ibrahim में, all the three has highlighted this, that at individual level religion is going to stay. Because individually, as long as there is individual, there will be uncertainties. And you need religion to answer that. As long as there is individual, there will be a sense of meaningfulness in the life. Religion provides those answers. So religion, in short, answers the unanswerable. When the society is changing rapidly, uncertainties increase. And needless to say, to answer that, new types of religion will emerge that you called as cults and sects. Brainbridge has defined what is cult. Cult is a smaller group of individuals having their unconventional belief system to which society is skeptic. Like Osho, Rajneesh. Dekhiye, Osho is coming back because of social media and digital thing. Now Osho's recording is being used on YouTube and viewership is dramatically increasing. So Osho seems to be coming back, which was at one point of time in America. People were so scared, so he was almost exiled. Now, Osho or these kind of Brainbridge says there could be three types of cult. One cult is called psychopath cult. Psychopath cult, they have their own explanation. So, like what might be knowing what happened in Buradi, that a family committed mass suicide. In fact, there is one thing called Heaven's Gate cult. It happened in USA once that more than 300 people committed mass suicide. They all went into the sea and went on walking in the sea. But the point was, if they committed suicide, why they were carrying their bags with them? They were carrying bags, clothes, toothbrush, and these kind of things. After 2-3 months of interrogation, we came to know they were following a cult. The head of the cult had said, I have searched the heaven's gate. Tomorrow we'll go together to the heaven. I don't know whether they reached or not. But this is what is unfamously called as Heaven's Gate cult. Then after this Heaven's Gate cult, in India we can see these kind of cults are coming now. They're having quick millennial solutions of the problem. Do this and the solution will be there. I don't know to name some of them are necessary to bring because those are followers, they might be angry then. It's a very fragile matter. But then even, if you see that there are various cults and sects are mushrooming now. So cult is relatively smaller, sect is relatively bigger. But they are trying to provide answers of individualistic problems. So the question is asking what they are. So you have to first say what is cult, sect. You have to give the theory that what are various types of cults and sects. So cult, I said there could be three types. One is called psychological cult, psychopath cult. Another is called sub-evolutionary cult. Like within the Hinduism, new kind of cult are coming. And then third is what is called a kind of, you can say, entrepreneurial cult. Like Patanjali is a very good example of entrepreneurial cult. It started as a cult, but now is a full-fledged entrepreneur. If you see that, how this started, it started as a cult, now is a full-fledged company. So this is called entrepreneurial cult. So these are examples Brenbridge has talked about, that how cults could be, how sects could be. And then what are the reasons of mushrooming? You have to connect, because आपके पास यहाँ पे words हैं. So you have to connect it, that how religion at individual level, the demand of religion at individual level is increasing because of increasing uncertainties. And that's the reason why higher the uncertainty, you will say higher demand for religion at individual level, and that's why fitting to their requirement, new types of cults and sects are coming, which are fitting to their requirement. So this way, when we say sect and cults in contemporary society, even sooner or later, we will get research of religion and mental health, that kind of thing, because what they are trying to is to provide a poor substitution of mental health problems. Most of the religions are what? The superstitious, those religions which are promoting superstition are nothing but providing poor substitution of mental health, isn't it? This is not my idea. This I have learned from one of the debates, which not debate per se. It was more a kind of stand-up comedy. But he was right. Look, I'm also using digital ethnography. So he said rightly, कि one generation back, when people were not feeling good, they say Rahu ki dasha hai. Now they say it's mental health problem. This is where I realize, oh my God, it seems corrected. So we are in that intermediary phase where the problems of mental health, the issues of uncertainty, are being answered by these cults and sects, and that's why new kind of cults and sects are mushrooming. They've used the term mushrooming. Look what happened in Hathras recently, and these kind of things are clear example that how these new kind of cults and sects are mushrooming. Honorable Supreme Court, Honorable High Court had said about one cult, I don't want to say much, I am knowing that if your daughter is getting married, why not others? So that proves from Coimbatore, I hope enough, this much of example is good enough. But then even, these things are clearly indicating that how we got cults. What these people are doing, technically speaking, they are trying to provide modern days problem of the youngsters, giving religious solutions to it, which actually can be considered a problem of mental health also, which can be considered a problem of the modern day lifestyle. So this way, if you see that how we got the reasons why. So the main reason why these cults and sects are mushrooming, because the demand of individualistic religion has increased to solve the problem at individual level. So your answer should have three visible parts. A, what are cult and sects and how they are. Second, what exactly religion at individual level is and why it is significant. And third, what are the factors which are responsible for the increasing numbers of, इन्होंने mushrooming लिखा है, but अपने आंसर में increasing ही लिखिए, don't call mushrooming, increasing number of cult and sects, because they are providing solution, quick fix solution to these problems of modern day uncertainties and challenges, right? However, थोड़ा सा यहाँ पे conclusion में लिख सकते हैं, scientific explanations and solutions might be required to overcome to these superstitions and superstitions-led cult and sects. So this is how we got when we talk about these things. Now, this question is again direct. Sociological theories of power discuss the dimension of power in the construction and maintenance of social hierarchies in a society. So ये सीधे सीधे आपको बोल रहा है कि power as a construct, कि power की वजह से, straight forward है, कई बार आ चुका है. This question has been asked several times, that how social hierarchies are maintained. What is social hierarchy? The grades. The grades. So here we have a pluralist model that leads to what is called social hierarchy of power. Those who, Robert Dehel wrote a book called Who Governs, where he highlighted that who are powerful, who are governing and who are governed. Then we have elite theory. Elite theory says that how we got classical elite theory, there are certain characteristics why people govern and hierarchies are created. And then we have what is called modern pluralist theory, that who governs and why. So it's a straightforward question when you have to say what is power, then how the power is used for the construction and maintenance of social hierarchy. So first you have to talk about the elite theory, you have to talk about pluralist theory, you have to talk about Marxist theory, that how Marxists believe that social hierarchies are legitimized with the help of power. Among the three, most accepted is Marxist theory. In the Marxist theory, you have to talk about Marx, Gramsci also, dual consciousness. So Gramsci has talked about dual consciousness, and there is one thing called iron law of oligarchy. So it's simple, straightforward. Sociological theories of power mein aap ye sab padhte ho. So Harlambus has given this way only, that elite theory of power, then Marxist theory of power, then functionalist theory of power, that how they have explained power and how power is used for perpetuation of social hierarchy. So as it in 10 marks, you have to first identify what are various models. अच्छा, ये एक अच्छी चीज है. This I would like to tell all of you and keep this in mind for future references also. Now when you're reading any topic, also look it from the theoretical perspective, that what are the functionalist perspective, what are the structural perspective, what are the conflict perspective, because they're asking these kind of things. Like in 22 they have asked the question that family in various perspectives, functional perspective and all, and these kind of things. So that is how we got discuss the dimensions of power in the construction and maintenance of social hierarchies in a society. So while we talk about social hierarchies the way we got those who govern and those who are governed. So Robert Dahl has talked about one model, pluralist model. Then we got Marxist model. In that we got Marx, we got Gramsci, we got Ralph Dahrendorf, we got Weber. And then we got, when we say, you can say elitist model, when we got, you can say Gaetano Mosca, and then circulation of elite is a very famous theory of Wilfredo Pareto, and then power elite of C. Wright Mills. अब इतनी सारी बातें 10 words में कहने का मतलब you have to make a chart. So you have to give, you can make a direct chart that functionalist perspective this, elitist perspective this, pluralist perspective this, and this way, because that's it, dimensions of power. So what are those dimensions of power which are useful in maintenance of the social hierarchy, that you have to explain in this question. And the key names you have to say about whatever elitist theories are saying, Mosca, Pareto, and C. Wright Mills, and you have to talk about at least Marx and Gramsci and Robert Dahl. Let's quickly go to the next question. That is, modern families have not just become nuclear and neo-local, but also filiocentric. How do you explain this trend? Now again, this is straightforward question, contemporary trend, and we discuss even in the classroom notes we have written this term also, filiocentric. It is study of Maurer. Ernest Maurer was his name. Ernest Maurer studied this, that what exactly is called filiocentric families. Filiocentric means where filial is kids. So filiocentric families are those where kids are playing important role in families. आजकल बच्चे ज़्यादा important हो गए कि नहीं family में? Look how parents are staying there in quota so that the kids can study. Isn't it? Where to go, which city to take transfer, depends on where the education facility is available. So now, as family is getting nuclear, family is getting new local. New local means going to the new place after marriage. So family is getting nuclear. Nuclear family means husband, wife with their unmarried children. So the family is getting nuclear, family is getting new local, but at the same time filiocentric. So you have to say that what are modern families? You have to say that modern families are getting convergent. There's a very famous statement said by Riley and Riley that modern families are characterized by convergence. So modern, Riley and Riley's paper is there in Francis Ibrahim also. Riley and Riley highlighted that the feature of modern family is that they are getting convergent, and they talked about 4 basic features. So modern families are convergent where you can say they are getting focused on what? Change conjugal role, change filial role, and change sibling role. This is where you can say similarly Ernest Maurer studied that how Ernest Maurer found, and the name of his work was the family disorganization, where he highlighted that how families are becoming filiocentric. Filiocentric means now children are enjoying authority in the family, and they are important attribute in decision making. So this way you can say, first you have to say that what are the reasons, what exactly पहले तो आपको बताना होगा what are modern families. I often say, in fact in the classroom we have written it also that way, but I often say कि when you talk about modern families you should shelter on Riley and Riley's definition, because modern families are characterized by four things. First, there are changed structure in conjugal role, filial role and sibling role. Second, they are more a matter of choice than obligation. Third, age and gender is no more bar. The age and gender gaps are reduced in the family. And fourth, now family is a hidden matrix, latent matrix, which manifest when required, which manifest when called upon. So this way, this is a theory of Riley and Riley. And in that, you can say the idea of heliocentrism is highlighted. Separately, Ernest Maurer has given this term, popularized this term, that how families are getting filiocentric in his famous work, The Family Disorganization, that you have to say, and the reasons are primarily. तो आपको थोड़ा सा nuclear family क्या है, new local क्या है, इनकी भी बात करनी होगी, how families are changing towards it, and then what exactly is filiocentric family, and then you have to conclude that how this trend can be explained. So what are the trend, how you can explain this trend is that, what are the reasons primarily? Reasons are the same which are of industrialization, that breakdown of the family function. Now most of the family functions are done by other institutions. So family's main role became what now? Family's main role became now, you can say, taking care of the child. That's why we are getting filiocentric. So this is how you have to explain, first talk about what is modern family, with reference to family a little, what is family, what is modern family. In the modern family, what are the features of the modern family, how they are getting mostly nuclear, how they are getting mostly new local, and how they are getting what is called filiocentric. You can give one paragraph for Ernest Maurer, and then you should conclude that what are the factors responsible for it. Next is discuss various theories of social change. Explain the limitation of unilinear theory of social change. Again, the question is straightforward because syllabus mein aap dekho, sociological theories of social change is there, and this has been asked earlier also. In general, social change theories, the social change theories or sociological theories of social change can be largely subdivided into two groups: linear theory and cyclical theory. In the linear theory, we have evolutionary theory, Marxist theory, functionalist theory. These are linear theories. So, be it evolutionary theory. In evolutionary theory, we have name of Auguste Comte, who said society is changing from metaphysical to positivist. What is called it was earlier what is called kind of metaphysical society. So from metaphysical society, we are gradually moving towards positivistic society. So societies were polytheistic, metaphysical, positivistic. Then societies were polytheistic, monotheistic, and positivistic. This is what Spencer had said. These are called classical evolutionary theory. Durkheim's theory of change is called modern evolutionary theory. Durkheim also believed that society is changing from you can say low division of labor to high division of labor. This is called modern evolutionary theory. Even similarly, Ferdinand Tönnies talked about Gemeinschaft to Gesellschaft. This is also evolutionary theory. Then Marxists believe class struggle, that is conflict theory. Weber's idea of change is again phenomenological theory. Talcott Parsons' idea of cybernetic hierarchy of control is again linear theory. These are what you call linear theories. Then cyclical theories, we have two big names. One is Toynbee's challenge response mechanism, and second is Petram Sorokin, what is called Welton song theory. That how we are moving from idealistic to sensate to ideational. Now, again, I know that you have read all these things, or you might be reading in your upcoming classes about all these things. So in general, they had asked that discuss various theories of social change. So that makes a very straightforward question. You have to talk about each of them. Obviously, you don't have much of space, so you have to keep your statement one-liner. What Auguste Comte had said, what Herbert Spencer, etc., had said, and making it as evolutionary theory. If Durkheim, etc., making it new evolutionary theory. Then you have to talk about how we got Weber talking about phenomenological theory. Then you have to talk about Marx, conflict theory. Then you have to say that how even you can add Ferdinand Tönnies, if you can remember their Gemeinschaft to Gesellschaft, and that way. Parsons की बात जरूर करें, that how cybernetic theory of change, cybernetic theory of control. So these are theories, linear theories, and then you have to talk about what Sorokin had said, what Toynbee has said. That makes almost more than half of a question, because question is more about the first part, discuss various theories of social change. And then explain the limitation of unilinear theory of social change. The limitation is that they cannot say where it starts and where it ends. Because in unilinear, if you say A to B, B to C, तो A कहाँ से आया था? From where the A has come. And what will be after Z? One of the biggest limitation of linear theory is that they are incomplete. There seems to be somewhere in the middle in the string. If A, तो from A से पहले फिर क्या था? What was there? A cannot come from the vacuum. There must be something. Cyclical theory answer it. A to Z, and from Z to again A starts, something like this. So that's how Toynbee's theory also starts it. Toynbee's theory is also called challenge response mechanism. Toynbee is a renowned historian. And then Sorokin theory is also called oscillation model. Sorokin is saying this way: society is here, become very sensate. Sensate means worldly pleasure. Then becomes idealistic, mix of both. Then very ideational kind of, that is talking about philosophy and other kind of things beyond worldly gratification. So this way we keep on moving. This is called oscillation model, and this is called as Weltanschauung. So Sorokin's theory, now what is the limitation of the unilinear theory? First, it is not talking about that how from where it starts and what will be the end of it. It always says somewhere in the middle of the string. So that's how it is incomplete. Second, it also is not much silent, is also much silent or not talking much about that what are those factors responsible for changing attitude. For changing attitude. This is something which is, again, unilinear theories cannot explain much. So this is how we have limitation of unilinear also, and we have limitation of cyclic also. ये तो सीधा syllabus की चीज़ है, that what exactly are theories, and these are the list. I deliberately gave the list so that for those who might be considering for future should know at least which theory I should read. Again, this entire is there in Harlombus. Don't go anywhere. Harlombus has talked about all these things at one place. So this way we got various theories of, and what are the limitation? Limitation is first the beginning point, the end point is not there, and they are also not talking about the changing behavior, the changing perception, and the changing outlook of the people. So this is how you can say they are also not talking about the negative social changes. Social change may be positive or negative. Like evolutionary theory is saying things are evolving, not necessarily. It may destroy also. तो ये नहीं बताता कि societies will destroy कैसे होती हैं. So these are some of the limitations, depending upon, it's a routine thing which you study, that what kind of limitation you want to write. So the next question quickly, that critically examine the world system theory of Emmanuel Wallerstein. Again, it is simple repetition, has been asked. There is this one thing in his syllabus called development and dependency. It is in your syllabus, development and dependency. So development theory believe, remember, aeroplane, what happens? Aeroplane is staying there, then comes off runway, then suddenly speed increases, and when speed increases, it goes in air, having some turbulence, and after that gets stable there. This is called popularly takeoff stage, given by Rostow. Rostow believed the whole world is developing. The only difference is where USA is today, India will be tomorrow, Africa will be day after tomorrow. But they all are developing in the same direction. As a opposite to it, we got dependency theory. Dependency theory says that those who are developed, they are eating the resources So what they are doing? They are getting cheap labor from China, cheap labor from India. That's why they have outsourced those things. And are not they getting all the profits of it? So they said that they are actually making them dependent instead of helping them to develop. And Wallerstein model is synthesis of both the theories, development and dependency. He believed that there are core nations. His theory is like this, that there are core nations, there are peripheral nations, and there are, you can say, semi-peripheral nations and the peripheral nations. Here is Africa, here is India, here is USA. If you see, Africa is getting benefited from India, India is getting benefited from USA. This is development model. But USA is exploiting India, और जो काम USA आपके साथ कर रहा है वही काम आप अफ्रीका के साथ कर रहे हो. Where your 2G, 3G phone? In Africa. Isn't it? So you are taking their resources. So this, if you see from outside, it seems to be dependency. If you see towards inside, it seems to be development. So this way, Emmanuel Wallerstein has synthesized. You have to first talk about what is development thesis of Rostow, what is dependency thesis. There are many names associated with the dependency thesis. You can pick up any. So dependency thesis, and then how it was synthesized in the world system model of Emmanuel Wallerstein. So Emmanuel Wallerstein actually tried to synthesize both the model. Ki both the things are simultaneously taking place. Development is also taking place and dependency. And he was the one who popularized that international system of labor, which I highlighted earlier also, that the whole world is now becoming into an international system of labor. So this is how we got, again, straightforward. And since it was introduced in 2013, I must say, almost every year, something from these three has been asked. Almost every year. There's barely any year jahan pe kuch na pucha ho. Maybe 10 marks, 20 marks, but they have asked. That is the importance of this topic, development dependency. And very straightforward, you can get very good score by just writing a few names and the explanations and the descriptions. And the last is critically examine. Achha, this was no. So this was about this entire paper 1. Again, I would like to say that my more focus was towards helping you, because I know those who have written it, they already have evaluated and might have, this video might be helpful to them to gauge where they stand so that they can get a rough idea that how much they might be scoring. But this is also more for those who are going to write in upcoming years. That's why I tried to tell you not only what answer should be, but whenever possible, what could be potential resources. And I told you that what is the significance of syllabus and why there are certain don'ts which you should consider. Don't consider sociology as just a storytelling. It's not. Give it some respect, please. Read standard book. Make sure for each topic in your notebook, you got at least 2-3 reference names which should come handy to you and you can use in the examination premises. This is where the edge will come. Edge will come. Understand the question diligently. Focus more on that part. So don't have that what is called tongue-in-cheek phenomena for it. And don't answer. This is another thing. Don't answer what best you are knowing, especially in thinkers. People write their own versions. Come on, you have to write what thinker had said. And for that, Harlombus or Ritzer could be very good source. I won't say Ritzer is something which is needed, but yes, Harlombus is something which is a very good book. Even the older one also, if not the new one, the old one, the pink in color. Francis Ibrahim book also could be of some use, especially for these kind of topics, religion and world system model and so and so. And in fact, that book, Essentials of Sociology, to a large extent has compiled the things at one place. So with due respect, I know that people may have mixed opinions on this statement, but still I believe that enough of justice has been done. So this is what, but confine your resources, don't jump here and there, revise them proper, try to develop that sociological construct. One thing which will help you next time when you see any phenomena, try to see what functionalists will say, try to see what conflict theories will say, try to see what ethnomethodologists will say or phenomenology will say, try to see that what a structuralist will say on this. This way you will see that suddenly you start seeing the things into those canvas, and that is how you can get benefited out of it. So this was about the discussion. I hope this discussion was by and large fruitful for you. Thank you.